On most vacations, you take a trip. But in Israel, you'll take a journey you'll never forget, where you experience things so extraordinary, they change you in real and unexpected ways. From the inspired to the inspiring, the humble to the truly humbling, the transfixing to the transcendent. Here you'll find a true crossroads of the world, where people come to learn, laugh, connect, and immerse themselves in a country with thousands of years of recommendations. No matter which other destinations are on your list, what you see, touch, and feel in Israel, you'll never experience anywhere else.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Global Investment Forum in Marrakesh, Morocco. Before we begin, please sit back and watch 3 short films about the 3 media organizations involved in today's conference. The history of the State of Israel begins with the formation of the Jewish people, as written in the Bible, and continues over thousands of years as diaspora Jews yearned to return to their ancient homeland. For 90 years, the Jerusalem Post has been telling Israel's story to the world, serving as a window into events in our
Be inspired and discover the UAE with Khaleej Times, the country's leading news brand, credible, transparent, and committed to the people of the UAE. We bring you the news, views from the region and beyond on digital, print, apps, and social media. We don't just reach and engage, we touch lives.
Good morning, everyone. It's amazing to be here in Marrakesh. And on behalf of the Jerusalem Post team, I want to thank everyone who's here with us today. Our partners and close friends at Global Media Holding, one of the most influential media groups in Africa who are hosting today's event with the participation of the Khaleej Times from the United Arab Emirates. We're here for the first ever global investment forum in Morocco that brings together 3 leading media organizations in 3 of the Abraham Accords countries. This is what peace and normalization are about. And I sincerely thank His Majesty, King Mohammed VI, for supporting relations between our countries. These are undoubtedly historic times with historic opportunities. It was about 3.5 years ago that I received an email asking if I would meet a Moroccan news publisher by the name of Ahmed Sharai. We met. Ahmed fascinated me with his stories, and he started writing some opinion pieces for the Jerusalem Post. That initial meeting is what helped bring us together here today. Thank you so much, Ahmed. For the Jerusalem Post, this is especially a momentous point in our history as a news organization. On December 1st, as you saw in the video, we will mark 90 years of telling Israel's story to the world since our newspaper was founded in 1932. And under the leadership of our publisher, Eliazur, and our CEO, Inbar Ashkenazi, we've continued to do that, not just in print, but this gathering is a continuation of that vision. Here we are together, 3 news organizations, telling this region's story together and writing a new chapter in our shared history. Robert?
Thank you, Yaakov. I'm Bob Silverman, Managing Editor of the Jerusalem Strategic Tribune, a Washington-based foreign policy journal that highlights the U.S.-Israel relationship working under the vision of our publisher and my friend Ahmed Sharai. On behalf of Global Media Holding and its chairman Ahmed Sharai, I'm delighted to welcome all of you to Global Investment Forum 2022. Let's work together and to understand, explore, and unlock the business potential of these 3 countries. That business potential is best exemplified, as Yaakov mentioned, by our 3 sponsors. Global Media Holding is both the largest and the leading media company in Morocco and a leader in media throughout Africa. The Jerusalem Post and the Khaleej Times are the largest media company, English language media companies in Israel and the UAE, and with decades of history and legacy, they have promising futures as well. I would like to thank Eliazur, owner of the Jerusalem Post Group, for his leadership. Finally, I would like to thank the professional team that worked across boundaries and borders and cultures to organize this conference. That is Yasmina Sharai and her team, that's Mohammed Zenabi of Global Media Holding, and not least, from the Jerusalem Post, Yaakov Katz, Mayan Hoffman, Inbar Ashkenazi, and of course from the Khaleej Times, Poonam Chawla. So, let's look forward to some interesting, fantastic conversations today. Let's learn from our collective business experiences, grow the ties between our countries that are now fully out in the open and finally public in this era of Abraham Accords.
I'm now honored to introduce Israel's President, Isaac Herzog, who has sent us a special video address.
Dear friends, marhaba. As President of the State of Israel, I'm delighted to address the distinguished participants at the 2022 Global Investment Forum taking place in Marrakesh, in the heart of the Kingdom of Morocco. I send my warmest greetings and admiration to His Majesty King Mohammed VI of Morocco, and I look forward to having the opportunity to meet with him in the foreseeable future. As each of us knows, true peace and understanding are built not only by discussions between diplomats and officials, but truly by deep dialogue between peoples and cultures. They are further solidified by economic collaborations and shared ventures. It is especially satisfying that this forum is being held under the combined auspices of Israel's Jerusalem Post Group and Morocco's GMH Media Group. Such an important public collaboration between first-rate enterprises from our respective countries is the finest proof of the success of the Abraham Accords, which are reshaping the Middle Eastern narrative, redefining the relationship between the Muslim and Jewish worlds, and directly impacting our quality of life in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, the friendship shared by Israel and Morocco runs deep, but for many years was below the radar. Since establishing full diplomatic relations nearly 2 years ago, our strategic partnership has flourished. Official diplomatic visits have taken place, and direct flights have shuttled countless tourists between Israel and Morocco. It is truly exciting to be part of these historic developments and to feel the winds of change ushering a new era of opportunity, prosperity, and creativity. The 2022 Global Investment Forum is the perfect framework for examining new avenues for collaborative programming and economic brainstorming. This is what win-win-win looks like. From my office here in Jerusalem, I wish you all, dear participants from the United Arab Emirates, from the Kingdom of Morocco, and from the State of Israel, a productive, successful gathering. I wish to thank the Moroccan hosts of this forum and to once again acknowledge the 3 prominent media groups orchestrating this event. The Jerusalem Post has led Israel's English-speaking media for over 90 years. It's a historic institution. And I'm very proud of the prominent role that the Jerusalem Post has assumed in the region and of the partnership in this incredible forum. So may this forum lead to many more warm and fruitful collaborations between each of our countries and all of our peoples. Thank you all. Shukran jazilan. Tola rabba.
We are honored to hear from Ali Sadiki, the General Director of the Moroccan Agency for Investment and Export Development, who will also be speaking to us in a video address.
Now is the time for a new impulse. Moving from a stable ground to a tipping point. Now is the time to be ahead. Now is the time for agility, for sustainable acts. Now is your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to greet the Global Investment Forum for taking this initiative and for all the efforts committed to making this event a huge success. Under the leadership of His Majesty the King, Mohammed VI, Morocco has undertaken numerous reforms at the political, economic, and social levels to improve its business environment, to build a competitive and low-carbon manufacturing platform, as well as to develop a world-class infrastructure. These reforms have with no doubt helped Morocco to gain the confidence of international investors and have placed the Kingdom of Morocco as a strong player at the regional and international levels. Morocco now reflects the Kingdom's vision, its youth dynamism, its industrial innovation, its entrepreneurs' agility, its historical openness, and the growth potential that Morocco offers for your business to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, let me highlight some of the factors that make Morocco one of the best destinations to invest in. The Kingdom is a stable and democratic country with a clear and long-term vision. Our political stability is ensured by our monarchy, our democratic institution, peace and security, our strategic location, coupled with more than 50 free trade agreements, enable Morocco to link Europe, Africa, the Middle East, and the United States. This location is supported by the first port in the Mediterranean Sea, Tanger Med, at the crossroads of the main international maritime routes. Morocco gives great importance to sustainability. Almost 40% of its energy mix is from green energy, and the objective by 2030 is to go beyond 50%. As one of the most competitive green platforms in the world, Morocco attracts many international investors to implement renewable energy projects, such as the ones in green hydrogen. The Moroccan economic footprint in Africa reflects the kingdom's continental extension as the first African investor in West Africa and the second on the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to transform these words into concrete actions on the ground, and we need to implement investment projects that can have a positive impact for the Moroccan economy and its citizens. Morocco has the ambition to go a step further while being the most attractive destination to invest in the region. The Moroccan Investment and Export Development Agency is looking forward to assisting you and ready to support you in your investments. Morocco is living a momentum. This is Morocco Now. Thank you for your attention.
Our first session is focused on banking, finance, and fintech, and Morocco is a gateway to Africa. We're honored to be joined by Khaled Nasser, Executive General Manager of Bank of Africa BMCE Group, who's in charge of CIB and Morocco and oversees retail banking activities in Morocco, corporate and investment bank. Before I invite Khaled to join us on stage, please let's watch this short film.
It's not just a land, it's a continent with countless resources. They are not just children running. They are a generation of future champions. This is not just a solar power plant. This is a source of light for the world. It is not just a business meeting. It is an alliance that holds great promises for the future. Let us reveal together Africa's potential in the eyes of the world. Bank of Africa, our continent, our future.
Ladies and gentlemen, Khaled Nasser.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like to welcome you to Morocco, a land of peace and tolerance, and to this beautiful city, Marrakesh. Please feel at home. I am here on behalf of the chairman, Mr. Othman Ben Jelloun, to tell you some few words about one of the top leading Pan-African group in the continent, Bank of Africa BMCE Group. Bank of Africa BMCE Group is a wholesale bank. We operate in all business lines, be it financial or banking, with a footprint in more than 30 countries: London, Madrid, Paris, Shanghai, and more in more than 20 African countries. Let me give you some figures about our group. We are 15,000 employees committed to serve more than 7 million clients on a daily basis. We have a total asset of $37 billion, and we have a global net income of $1.6 billion. Africa is in the heart of our group DNA and vision. Our presence started back in the latest 80s in Mali, then after in Congo, Brazzaville, and we expand our presence in Africa in 2008 by the acquisition of Bank of Africa. Today, our network spread out in North, East, West, and Central Africa. I can give you some, you can see it in the map. We are in Kenya, Uganda, Senegal, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Madagascar, and many other countries. Ladies and gentlemen, as Pan-African Group, We are proud to support structuring development projects in Africa, such as Cité Mohamed VI Tanger Tech, which is a large-scale project in northern Morocco extending over 2,000 acres and which aims to create a sustainable, integrated, and intelligent city. Additionally to that, Bank of Africa, BMCA Group, promotes sustainable and impact finance. Our bank is one of the founding signatories of United Nations Environment Principle FIs, launched at the 2019 United Nations General Assembly in New York. We are the first bank in Africa to support the G20's Climate Task Force on Climate Financial Communication. We are also committed to social development through BMC Bank Foundation. Our group promotes education in Africa by creating and supporting more than 320 schools in Morocco, Senegal, Mali, Congo-Brazzaville, Rwanda, and Djibouti. Ladies and gentlemen, Morocco is a land of peace and tolerance. Thanks to its strategic geographical position, it became a natural hub to Africa. For more than 20 years, the vision carried by the Majesty the King, Mohammed VI, has been and remains the development of sustainable win-win collaboration across Africa. And our group is fully committed into this royal vision, playing an active role in supporting the business from and to Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity of your presence here in Morocco, in your country, to recall how ancient and strong are the ties between our people. The Abraham Accords indeed gave a new breath to the relation between Israel and Morocco, but what binds us goes beyond institutional framework. We at Bank of Africa, BMCA Group, are supporting the new dynamic between our countries. We have a dedicated division team in charge of the development of the business between our countries. Our team is committed to assist Israeli investors in all their banking needs, be it in Morocco or in any other Africa countries. In addition to financial support, we can provide a deep knowledge of the different local markets, and I think that makes the difference. Just to let you know that we already collaborate with leading Israeli banks, and we serve Israeli group on their transaction in Morocco and across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to finish this speech by recalling the obvious fact: Morocco in particular, Africa in general, is a continent full of opportunities to be seized by new business players and investors. And I would like to assure you that Bank of Africa BMCA Group is committed here in Morocco and everywhere in Africa to support you and to support your upcoming successful investment. Thank you, Toda, Shukran, and enjoy your stay in Morocco. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Khaled. I'm now delighted to invite on stage Paul Packer, the general partner of Globus Capital and former CEO of Globus Capital Acquisitions, which recently completed its merger with Forafrique Limited, one of the leading processors of wheat in Morocco, leading to the first Moroccan company to be listed on a U.S. stock exchange. Paul Packer. Paul, great to have you with us.
Yaakov, thank you.
So you and Globus have been an investor for over 20 years, mostly investing in private companies in Israel, and public companies around the world. I'm curious what brought you to, of all places, Morocco?
First of all, Yaakov, before...
Because as you can't tell, Paul's not Moroccan. Right.
Before we start, just before I answer the question, first I just want to thank first His Majesty King Mohammed VI for the hospitality and having us in the kingdom, Global Media Holdings, the Khaleej Times, and the Jerusalem Post. Yeah, Yaakov, a very interesting question. You know, when we've been investing in Israel, public companies, startups for the last 15 plus years before it was really the in thing to do in Israel, when you're seeing every multinational venture capital firm opening up new offices, we try to be a little ahead of the times. We try to invest when people don't want to buy, and we try to be there a little way ahead of the times. Morocco, you know, if I had closed my eyes, and I was just hearing a few of these introductions, but if I closed my eyes and just some of the guests were here, went to go visit the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University yesterday, and I would hear that there's over the last 6 years over 500 engineers every year, another 300 up to another 300 engineers now graduating every year. The workforce in Morocco being from 25 up to 49 years old, 40% of their workforce is there. I would think, 1 minute, where am I sitting? Why are they doing over 200 plus venture capital deals coming out of the university here over the last few years? Am I sitting in Tel Aviv or am I sitting in Morocco? I'm sitting in Marrakesh, but I walk in the streets and I hear Hebrew. You know, and
lots of Hebrew.
Lots of Hebrew. And I think to myself, 1 minute, this is a country that's been around since 786, I believe, BC, 780 AD. And the first country to actually recognize America in 1786. So the ties between Morocco and the United States, it's not something new after the Abraham Accords. These are ties that have been there forever, but I believe just now are being recognized by the rest of the world. How many people in America know it's a 6-hour flight from JFK to land in Casablanca into the heart of Morocco? How many people know that there are investable companies here? And I was mentioning to you, Yaakov, the other day, Morocco's ready for Western capital.
So I'm curious on that point, what's the vision for Afrique, which is one of the leading wheat processing companies here?
Sure, for Afrique, and again, Bank of Africa knows for Afrique very well. The for Afrique is the second largest wheat processor, from bringing the wheat to Morocco, buying the wheat in Morocco, processing flour, anything you've eaten probably in the Marrakesh region that has any flour on it, or semolina, that is our wheat, that was our flour, and I'm sure it tastes really good, couscous to pasta, but it's two brands that are close to 100 years old, leading brands, Tria, Mamounia, that are not only feeding Morocco, but are the platform here, and it's what we invest in our platforms, is Africa. Morocco is the gateway to Africa, and over the next 10 years, up to 2030, there are going to be over 2 billion people that Morocco is going to be able to reach. And, you know, platforms in Israel, software, technology is amazing, but be able to reach 2 billion people from Morocco with free trade agreements with over 100 different countries, it's something that we're very willing to bet on and invest in.
So on that note, and Khalid Nasser from Bank of Africa spoke about this also, how Morocco is a gateway to Africa. What are your thoughts on how this is a launching pad?
This is the launching pad. I mean, we're not only going to be in Morocco, we're now expanding in Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, many of the other countries. We supply product to over 45 different African countries. There's, you know, in America, everyone's very big on low carbs. Not here. You know, nobody in Morocco is cutting back on carbs, and nobody in Africa is cutting back on wheat consumption, on flour consumption. It's a part of everybody's everyday diet. And not only that, but in terms of startups, I mean, we're seeing many, many, many different startups. We're seeing many mature companies that are ready to use Morocco as the platform for the gateway to Africa.
As someone who's a longtime veteran investor, though, in high tech, this is, I guess, what you would call low tech, right?
It is low tech.
Wheat processing. So what are you, as you kind of spend a lot more time here in Morocco, what are your thoughts of the high-tech industry? Are there ripe conditions? You mentioned all the engineers. Are you seeing an ecosystem here that can produce some of that innovation?
I'm seeing an ecosystem here that, you know, whenever we invest in a company, we always look 2 steps ahead. What I'm already seeing here are companies that could actually integrate with our Israeli investments that we've made already, where we could bring the Israeli innovation to the young engineers here who could actually be a value add to the Israeli engineers who might be either pressed, but they're also, Israeli engineers are being gobbled up in Israel by all the US companies that are there. They don't realize there's the hidden gem here in Morocco, which are the young Moroccan engineers that could really be 1 + 1 = 4 for our investments.
And lastly, I'm curious what it's like doing business here, right? So people might say it's Morocco, it's hard, it's lots of bureaucracy, red tape. And I would assume that some of your friends on Wall Street would think that it's, as a prominent American Jew, it's strange that you're coming here, of all places, to do business. How do you explain that? What do you tell them?
I would say as an American Jew, I feel a lot safer walking the streets of Morocco than I would walking the streets of anywhere in New York right now or in America. Thanks to, this is something even, yes, the Abraham Accords, but even before the Abraham Accords, thanks to not only His Majesty King Mohammed VI's vision for tolerance, but not only vision for tolerance, but vision for human rights, women's rights here in Morocco. Anyone who asks me, are you scared? I said, scared in Morocco? I'm more scared to walk in America as a Jew than I am to walk the streets of Casablanca, Marrakesh, or any other city here in the kingdom. Not only are we welcomed, am I welcomed, but once they hear you're a Jew, we're not cousins, we're brothers. And that's something that I really have to thank King Mohammed VI for.
Okay, Paul, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Yes, Paul Packer. Leave that on the stage. Well done. Thank you, Paul. We'll now hear from Amin Lagidi, international expert on foreign trade and economic diplomacy, for a talk on economic opportunities in the sea. Amin, please.
Thank you, dear Yaakov. No need to welcome you to Morocco. This is your second home now. Lots of positive energy this morning. Excellent. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good day. It is my pleasure to be among you here today in my quality of international experts. I'm also chairman and board member of various international and local organizations. I was asked by the organizers, whom I congratulate for the excellency and the positiveness actually that we are feeling since yesterday. I want to congratulate them for the quality of the organization. I want them also to congratulate them for the quality of the participants and for this visionary approach that aims to create together, hand in hand, things on the field. I was asked to speak within 7 minutes. I'm a very disciplined person. I will respect the 7 minutes. But I was asked also to speak in English. Allow me some indulgence with that, because I want to speak second language, the language of the mind and the language of the heart, with your permission. And I will start by saying a few words. Shalom, ve'berochim, abayim le Morocco. مرحبا بكم في أرض المملكة المغربية الشريفة، أرض الاستقرار، أرض الأمن، أرض السيادة، وأرض الازدهار تحت القيادة الرشيدة لأمير المؤمنين مولاي صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله وأيده. I'm asking for a second indulgence. My speech was about the economy of the sea, the opportunities within the sea. With all this positive energy that I am seeing, with all the bridges that I saw actually being created, either actually this morning, in the room, and yesterday, I would like to change it to speak about a sea of opportunities, the opportunities between our two nations together. And I would like actually to address the economy of the sea with the following elements. There is opportunities and there are threats in the world. And the world have always belonged to those that are able to transform threats into opportunities, concrete opportunities in the fields. Visionary approach by baby steps to build actually cultural bridges, to build concrete structures between serious people that want to make things happen in the field. Isn't it the spirit that unites all of us actually over here today? Opportunities first. How can I not speak about food security when the world has reached actually 8 billion? How can I not speak about food security when I just returned back actually 10 days ago from Roma, when I had the great honor of being the guest of honor of the FAO, the World Food Organization, and the World Food Organization to speak about food security in times of wars and crisis. See opportunities have been in the heart of my speech then, and see opportunities is my introduction also today, because this is not just a threat, this is most importantly also an opportunity and a duty to all of us in order to fulfill our responsibility toward our countries, but also toward humanity. In a world today that is in lack of protein, the only solution, concrete and sustainable, is fish farming, as you all know. And this is an area that we can all develop together, especially in the south and in the north of Morocco. And by the south, I'm speaking about our Moroccan Sahara. When we are speaking about fish farming, we are also speaking about the transformation of fish locally, about local value creation, about exports, but we are also talking about other resources in terms of fauna, but also in terms of flora that we can have in a sustainable manner from the sea. You have the technology, we have also knowledge, and we can together actually, and the land, we can together actually develop things together. Sea, either under transformation of fish, but also transformation of algae, offer us actually high value added sectors, such as pharmaceutical and cosmetic. Whenever you're talking about sea transformation, you take actually the pelagic, and it gets you automatically some oil, that gets you omega-6, that gets you also other types of omegas, that the guys in the pharmaceutical industry can transform and make us actually medicine that helps prevent, but also cure heart diseases that are good for blood circulation. Whenever you are talking about the sea, you are talking also about magnesium from sea origin. You are talking about B6 and B12 and other actually elements that produces actually local value and creates actually local employment and another opportunity of work together hand in hand. We are talking about the sea, we are talking about water, and water stress is something that is very important. I will not allow myself to speak about that while there is a great actually expert on the field. We have our dear friend and my dear friend actually, Mr. Hafidi, Managing Director of the ONI, whom will be speaking about that in high details, and as he is, as a national champion, but also the continental champion. Without the sea, we cannot do desalination, ladies and gentlemen, and we are left in a world, and especially in the region trans-Mediterranean, with a huge need for desalination. Whenever you are talking also about the sea, we are talking about energy, green hydrogen, à tout seigneur, tout honneur. He will be speaking about that, but you can see that there is also Simoulin and Cizarwali that will be speaking about that as well, about the green energy. So green hydrogen, Morocco is a great champion, but there is also this new tendency that is becoming also concrete business opportunity of floating wind farms connected also to the land that we can see emerging right now in the Mont Sea, but also in the Baltic Sea, but also in the North Sea. Opportunities again of working together, especially in a country like Morocco, that is the only exporting country of green electricity permanently to Europe. Europe that needs diversification, not just of the sources of raw energy, but also of the sources of its electricity. And why not tomorrow West African and inter-African electric grid? Whenever actually we are speaking about the seas, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about tourism, another panel that will be actually very dynamic today. We are talking about cruise ships, we are talking also about investments. Investment in regions such as Wad Noun, such as Wad Shbika, such as Naila in the south actually of Morocco, such as also Dakhla, beautiful spot. If you haven't visited it, please actually feel free, you will be our guests. Tourism is important, not just actually for its ability to create sources of foreign currency, not just for its ability to create middle class, and it's very important, but most importantly because it brings people together. It builds trust, it builds mutual respect, and Morocco is a land of peace. See, and I left actually something that is very dear to my heart, international commerce. Economies around the ports. I spent a big part of my career as managing director and director of logistics companies and multinationals dealing with the field. As a matter of fact, I'm still actually board member of one of the biggest commercial actually transportation companies. 90% of the world trade cannot exist without maritime transportation. We all know that. And Morocco, thanks actually to the high leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, made Morocco the host of the biggest ports in all of Africa and in the Mediterranean. A dream that is becoming a reality, a word that is becoming something concrete in the field, characteristic of His Majesty's high leadership and high management. Port of Tangier Med, Next, actually, the port of Nador and the port of Dakhla in the south, that will be true bridge, true gateway for the entire Africa, but also locomotive of development, because we don't go to Africa as conquerors. We go to Africa to create value. We go to Africa to create jobs, to create prosperity, and to share value. And this is the kind of spirit that we are sharing here today. And around these ports, ladies and gentlemen, there can be only opportunities, linkage between Morocco and new markets, such as the USA. I think our dear distinguished guests mentioned that it was 6 hours only between Morocco and the west coast of the US, and in terms of maritimes, between 7 days to 10 days, a record time, allowing our country to become a hub of sourcing for our dear friends in the US as well. Together, this is an opportunity that we can all seize and transform in the field and enhance it. Whenever we're talking about the port, we're talking about connectivity throughout maritime, also to West Africa. We're talking about trading, something that we can develop together, commerce. We're talking about services, we're talking about funding, we're talking about insurance. But most of all, we're talking also about SMEs. Small shipyards, dry docks for repairs, services for the vessels and for the crews, and fueling of the vessels. Economy that cannot appear when we are having the language of billions, but it's very important to build small and dynamic companies. Tech is also something that goes without saying. But there is also threats. Let us actually look at them in a very positive manner. We are all connected to the internet. Thanks to God, I see that everybody is focusing, so nobody is watching their phones. Thank you for that and for your attention. But we cannot get connected if there is no internet and undersea cables. And there is also expertise actually that we have on that. And there is also the need to secure those cables for the future of humanity. There is also opportunities in having data centers where below, for reasons that you all know, security reasons, ergonomic reasons, but most importantly to avoid actually all the energy and the electricity that is being used actually to cool all those data centers. There is also opportunities together in terms of gas exploration. Our country has huge reserves and important actually reserves. You have also the technology and the means. You are welcome actually on that. There is many other sectors, ladies and gentlemen, but most importantly, we need to keep securing the maritime lines together. We need also to protect the sovereignty of our seas and our oceans. The threats are there. Drones are being used in a dangerous way actually recently, and unfortunately wicked guys, terrorist guys, are being more and more interested into big ships and into actually mother vessel carriers. They discovered that they cost $120 million each. They discovered that they make 400 meters on long. They discovered that there is only 14 crews on board, and they discovered that if they attack them, there will be huge harms to international commerce and that there will be a lot of publicity. We cannot allow them to do that. We are, in Morocco, a land of sovereignty. Our territorial sovereignty have never been actually subject to discussion, will never be, and we value our partners from this eyes, as my king, as His Majesty King Mohammed VI said. We are also a sovereign country that has developed its food security, developing its energy actually security, that is also contributing to the development of pharmaceutical security with an important cluster, huge cluster, launched not just for the needs of Morocco, but those of Africa and the Mediterranean, another area actually of cooperation together. Morocco is also a shield against terrorism and against extremism, not just in the region, in the world. But Morocco is most of all a locomotive of prosperity and development. Welcome to your country, and looking forward to actually working together and building together for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amin. Water is the source of life and the most important resource for countries, especially like Israel and Morocco, which are located in warm desert climates. Our next session is called New Solutions for an Old Problem, How to Solve Water Stress. Our first speaker is Amit Lang, CEO of Mekorot, Israel's national water company. Before his current role, Amit was the Director General of the Economy Ministry, that's where I first met him, and he was Deputy Budget Director of Israel's Finance Ministry. He was recently also a vice president at the partner telecom company. And what a lot of people don't know is that Amit is a former judoka who competed in the Olympics on Team Israel in 1992, which I will guess is a skill that comes in handy occasionally when having to work with the Israeli government. I'm just going to guess. But before we call on Amit, though, here's a short movie about Mekorot.
Mekorot, the national water company. Using an advanced centralized control system, Mekorot currently controls over 3,000 facilities and 12,000 kilometers of pipelines that supply water to over 9 million residents throughout the length and breadth of Israel. Mekarot has become a high-tech water company and global leader in implementing efficient systems while maintaining water loss at a minimum. The financial system rewarded Mekarot with a very high local credit rating, AAA stable. Mekarot is also permitted to pursue business ventures and promote innovation with partners in Israel and around the world. Mekarot will continue to develop its technological capabilities and export its know-how to the rest of the world. It has established a centralized digital division that includes unified IT and OT systems, a holistic operational system, and an advanced cybersecurity system to handle and thwart external attacks. This is a fascinating and extraordinary opportunity for joint investment in cutting-edge and groundbreaking water technologies. And this is the right time for a business and technological step that will bring added value to Mekarot and its partner companies and countries.
Ladies and gentlemen, Amit Lang.
Thank you. Just a second. Yeah. So thank you very much for having us. Thank you, the Jerusalem Post, the Global Media Holding, and Khaleej Times. I'm really honored to be here. My name is Amit Lang, and I'm the CEO of Mekorot. So who are we? Mekorot, Israel National Water Supplier, is a governmental company fully owned by the Israeli government and also is listed on the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange and managing a budget of about $500 million a year building and investing in the right infrastructure. Mekorot has animated the unique Israeli spirit, daring, sophisticated, and innovative, facing the complex challenges of the Israeli water economy. These challenges are due to the country's location on the edge of the desert with limited water sources while meeting security threats and operating under a global climate crisis that threatens the existence of our planet. We manage the Israel water economy, supplying water to almost 70% of the country's population and also supplying water to the Gaza Strip, Judea and Samaria, including the Palestinian Authority and the Kingdom of Jordan. We are not only a water supply company, but also a holding group. We own 2 subsidiaries and 7 startups with varying ownership percentage. But first of all, a few words about how it all began. Like Morocco, Israel has 3 different climate zones: arid, semi-arid, and Mediterranean. In order to cope with the shortage of water of these challenging climate zones, the government of Israel, led by Mekorot, first established the national carriers in the 60s. In the 70s, Mekorot installed pumping equipment in the mountain aquifer. As the population grew, we were one of the pioneers in implementing the reverse osmosis desalination. Alongside that, we also developed the ability to reclaim effluents for the agriculture use. Nowadays, we are managing 4 different water sources together, using the same system while managing demand in real time, all that with less than 3% loss in the system. To the best of our knowledge, there is no precedent to this. Climate change is here, and the issue of water shortage is in great significance. In Sharm el-Sheikh, we led just a week ago a session on water at the COP27. Europe has experienced the hottest summer in 500 years, and large rivers in the United States, like the Mississippi and the Colorado, are drying up. This has increasingly led to a sense of panic and deep concern within the people. I'm proud to say that this is not the case in Israel. Mekorot diverse operations cover the entire supply chain, including recycling, drilling, and cyber defense. The outcome, together with the way Mekorot does it, led that in May 2022, GWI
declared us as one of the world's leading water companies in technology, innovation, with an emphasis on the company's current and future development plans. In recent years, Mekorot has undergone a comprehensive digital transformation, interfacing its OT and IT system into a uniform command. At the same time, the company has improved its cyber defense capabilities for critical infrastructures. With all these components, we are entering a new era where everything is automated and almost no human touch. Mekorot is synonymous with innovation. We are realizing the huge potential in 5 main aspects: investments in startups, business collaboration, applied research, patent development, in-house innovation. Through our diverse offers in both theoretical and practical platforms, we have become a prominent player in the local and global water industry. Our startup maps contains companies in variety of fields, such as water quality, digital image processing, energy efficiency, biosensors, artificial intelligence, physical security, and cyber security. We continue to search and invest, even these days, in promising startups. The future is really here. Mekorot provides integrated water solutions thanks to the company's expertise across a wide range of disciplines: big data, circular economy, cybersecurity, optical fiber. All of these are just examples of technological approach that should be in every national water company around the globe. We are Israel's largest consumer of energy, responsible for around 3% of the country's total demand. Mekorot's new growth engine is going to be the renewable energy production. We have begun using the water reservoirs as solar panels with potential energy production of 1.6 gigawatts. For the sake of comparison, this amounts to about half of all Israel solar energy production. The program will enable the company to switch its energy consumption method and reduce its carbon footprint over the coming years. Excuse me. One of Mekorot's main growth engines is the possibility of using our water pipes for deployment of optical fibers. The idea began actually as a test for 24/7 monitoring of leaks, malfunctions, and water theft, and since has expanded to intense communication using the current nationwide network of the water pipes. The company's quite rapid deployment enables traditional communications reports to use Mekorot infrastructure in order to reach the nation periphery, saving the needs to build independent infrastructure. In March 2021, following the signing of Abraham Accords with countries in the Persian Gulf and Africa, Mekorot signed its first of its kind agreement to build and upgrade the water system in the Kingdom of Bahrain. The Accords have opened a new and fascinating business opportunities and horizons for the company, and it intends to fulfill the opportunities with an abundance of solutions for the water economy's neighboring distant countries. And most importantly, after this session, we will sign an MOU with the respected National Office of Electricity and Drinking Water, ONI, for international cooperation between the two companies. We are operating in the international arena in many areas, creating master plans, consulting on desalination and wastewater treatment, groundwater hydrology, deep drilling, water supply, and non-revenue water reduction. Just in 2022, we operated in Bahrain, India, Argentina, Uruguay, Peru, Mexico, Cyprus, and Azerbaijan. I welcome you to explore the ocean of opportunities, the sea of opportunities, as my previous said, that this era offers us, and we are delighted to exchange knowledge and experience with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amit. Our next speaker is Abderrahim El Khafidi, the Director General of ONI, the National Office of Electricity and Drinking Water in Morocco. Abderrahim has almost 35 years of experience in the fields of water and energy and was honored by His Majesty King Mohammed VI with the National Royal Order of Merit to the rank of officer in reward of services and works regarding the development and implementation of the new Moroccan energy strategy for 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Abderrahim El Khafidi.
Shalom for all my friends from Israel. Sabah al-khair, wassalamu alaikum. Good morning for all my friends. So, first, it's really a great pleasure for me and a privilege to take the floor at this very important event, specifically in this session that is addressing really a very important topic for the Kingdom of Morocco, for Israel, but for many others countries in the world. I thank the organizer for inviting me and for granting me this opportunity to share with the distinguished audience the recent developments in Morocco in terms of water situation, but also energy and electrical situation in Morocco. It's also an opportunity to share with you what are the lessons to be learned when we analyze all the crises. I think Morocco and the world is experiencing this year very critical situation in energy, but also in water. I just want to remind us what it happened in 1973, when we have the first oil shock, and the second oil shock in 1979, and also in 2009. I think we are in a similar situation in 2022. But we have to learn lessons, what we can conclude. But before this crisis, this energy crisis and this water situation, I think we experience, all the world experienced very critical situation during COVID pandemic. And I think now we have to think in deep what we have to do. Sure, it's depends. When we see the different model, energy model, world model, I think in Morocco it's not the same situation in other countries. But the base element that we have to take in consideration, the lesson that we have to learn, that I think that we have to reduce our dependence in terms of energy and in terms also of impact of climate change regarding the water. When we see what it happened now in Morocco in terms of severe drought, I think we are experiencing here in Morocco in 2022 one of the severe drought never seen before, 30 years before. It's very interesting to analyze. When we analyze the situation of the capacity available now in terms of dams, we achieved more than 149 dams. Morocco was one of the first countries in Africa and Arabic world to launch a very important and ambitious program to develop dams. The capacity of storage in the dams available now in Morocco is more than 20 billion cubic meters. When we add 5 billion cubic meters in the water underground, it means that we have very huge capacity of storage in dams. 25 billion cubic meters. But we have to ask, what is exactly the problem? The problem that we have not visibility regarding the impact of the climate change on our water resources. It means that we have to reduce this dependence. What can we do that? I think there are many solutions. One of the best solutions that we are developing here in Morocco is to introduce more and more innovative technology regarding desalination. It's very important. I think Morocco was also one of the first countries in Africa to launch and to develop a desalination. The first one, it was in Bojdor in 1977. The first desalination plant developed by ONI, it was in 1977. But the cost to produce cubic meter in that date, it was $5 per cubic meters. It's really, really very high. When we compare with this situation now, today, but we have to underline one point, is very important. When we analyze the total cost to produce cubic meters, more than 45% is from energy. It's from electricity. It means that we have to reduce the cost of energy. I think today in Morocco, when we analyze our electrical model and our energy model, I think the energy crisis in 2009 was a very, very specific years for Morocco, because in 2009 we launched a new energy strategy based on the renewable energy available in Morocco. Through this new strategy, Morocco now is able to produce the best and the high competitive kilowatt hour in the world. We are able now to produce from the wind farm with 2.5 cents of dollar per kilowatt hour. And our ambitions by 2030 is to reduce this cost to 2 cents of dollar per kilowatt hour. It's really very, very big change in our electrical model. This advantage, this ingredient is very important for us to accelerate the development of desalination plants. When we compare the price and the cost in 1977 and the last desalination plant in Lyon, the last one, with very important capacity, 25,000 cubic meters per day, the cost is no more than 6 cents of dollar, 6 dirham per kilowatt hour, when we compare with 50 dirham per kilowatt hour. Why? Because we can now reduce the cost of the kilowatt hour used in the desalination process. This is very important. The second thing, I think that desalination using the inverse osmosis is now very mature technology. But when we consider the last 5 years, I think American technology introduced a lot in the process of inverse osmosis by reducing more the cost to produce energy, by using the pressure in the process and to reduce the cost and the charge of energy to produce the cubic meters. In fin, I say that to develop desalination for Morocco is one of the best way to reduce our dependence on the water dams and underground dams. This is really very important for the future. In terms of realization in desalination plants, Morocco right now achieved 9 desalination plants in different areas in Morocco. And we plant by 2035, 12 desalination plants. It's really very important and opportunities for all the enterprise, especially the Israeli enterprise, where we will very happy to see the Israeli enterprise participate to our international tenders. I think as you know, we are launching one of the best and the biggest desalination plants in Casablanca with a very high capacity. The first phase, it will be 600,000 cubic meters per day. And we plan to extend this capacity to 800,000 cubic meters per day. Our ambition is to produce, to develop another capacity from desalination plant with more than 1,300,000 cubic meter per day by 2035. This program is under development now, and the investment that we need to develop this program is more than $9 billion. It's really big opportunities for the enterprise. All the projects, all of these projects will be developed by the private company in the framework of private-public partnership. It means that really is big opportunities for enterprises here with us and for all the private company in Israel and in the world. Regarding what has happened now in energy also. The crisis, 2022 crisis, it's very rich of lessons that we have to learn. When Morocco decided to review the energy strategy in 2009, the objective that we have to reach, it was how to reduce our dependency of the importation of the fossil fuels, because we have a huge potential of renewables, local energy that we have to develop. As I said now, Morocco, the model, energy model in Morocco is dominated by fossil fuel, but our ambition by 2030 is to have 64% of the total power installed in Morocco from renewables. And the total electrical energy consumed by 2030 will be 52%. Energy consumed, it's not the power installed. It's very ambitious. But I think that all the ingredients are now available here in Morocco, and we have the capacity to reach this objective. when I underline these elements and this new model of energy strategy, because it can generate more and more opportunities for investments. But the new element that we have now developing in our energy model is to introduce new elements. As my friend Amin said, this new element is the green hydrogen. I think my friend Said Munin and Mr. Zarwawi will have the time to go in deep regarding these elements. Why Morocco can play a very important role in the hydrogen? Because when we analyze also all the cost structure to produce hydrogen, I think the share of the electricity to produce hydrogen is very high. It's between 55 and 60%. And when we understand that Morocco is able to produce one of the competitive kilowatt hour in the world, 2.5 cents of dollar now, and 2 cents of dollar by 2030, it means that we can play a very interesting role in the hydrogen. We have also very interesting information that we are in contact with big companies in the world, and big companies in the gas turbine. And we tested now that we can use the hydrogen to produce electricity in the gas turbine. And this is a very important element that we have taken in consideration in our new energy model. This is very, very important. We can use it 100%, but we can mix it also with natural gas. This opportunity, this element, this possibility reduce, I finished. That's okay. Will give us also the opportunity to reduce our dependency. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Abderrahim Al-Khafidi. Before you go, though, I want to call you back on the stage, together with Amit Lang, the CEO of Mekorot, Yitzchak Aronovich, the chairman of Mekorot, and Abderrahim Al-Khafidi will come back on stage. Please, if the gentlemen could take the seats. We're proceeding to a very exciting moment in the conference, is the signature of the Memorandum of Understanding between ONI, the Office National of Electricity and Energy, and the National Water Company of Israel, Mekorot. This Memorandum of Understanding constitutes a framework for the development of cooperation between the two institutions in the areas of drinking water and liquid sanitation. The MOU is following the one signed December 2020 between the government of the Kingdom of Morocco, represented by the Ministry of Equipment and Water, and the government of the State of Israel, represented by the Ministry of Water Resources. Through this MOU, ONI and Mekorot will work together to promote joint cooperation activities, mainly in the field of seawater desalination, performance improvement, R&D, and innovation. Gentlemen, I think you have to sign. Yes. Thank you very much. Congratulations. I'm now delighted to invite on stage for a panel discussion Avram Ben Yosef, the Vice President, Systems Engineering for Mekorot National Water Company, Barak Graber, Director of International Business and Assistant Chairman at Mekorot, and Dr. Salma Bougarani, co-founder and CEO of Green Watek, one of Morocco's leading water experts. Thank you very much. So Avram, I think I'll start with you. First of all, that was very exciting just to watch the signing of the MOU between the two countries. As the Vice President of Mekorot, you prepared the plan for 2050 for energy and water, and looking at all the needs for Israel, the Palestinian Authority, which Mekorot also supplies water to, as well as to Jordan. So maybe you could just kind of give us a little insight into what that plan looks like for 2050.
Okay, good morning. What is the forecast of the Israel national water situation? First of all, the water consumption of Israel is supposed to be a little bit almost double than today in the year of 2050. More, in order to irrigate the same fields because of the climate change, the same fields, we need 15% more water than today in order, I repeat, in order to irrigate the same areas of agriculture. So what are you going to do? First of all, desalination. Israel is using all its national water, natural water, and we need a new water to produce a new water. So in 2050, Israel will desalinate seawater desalination 2.2 billion cubic meters per year. As Mr. my CEO said, today we are desalinating 600 million. We will be at 2.2 billion cubic meters per year desalination. Second thing, using effluent water. Today in Israel we use about a little bit more than 85% of the effluent water. We suppose to grow to more than 90%. I would like to mention that using effluent water means that the same drop of water for the domestic use, which was the first use, we use it the second time for agriculture, sometimes 3 times. For example, fish ponds, and then, domestic uses, fish ponds, and then agriculture. So using effluent water is critical. I would like to say that 60% of the domestic consumption of the houses goes to effluent. So it's a lot of water. Third, water quality. Because of what we expect to be a lot of epidemics, it will lead to tightening the threshold limits of standards, meaning we need to develop new systems of water testing and much stronger, much accurate online monitoring systems. Mm-hmm. And the last thing is innovation. We built a model. We developed a model which we called it Toolbox, which encourage all the parties in the Israeli water field to cooperate in order to develop new things. And of course, the last thing is energy. We need to use the energy in an appropriate way with a minimum price.
So, Barak, you've been pushing hard for water deals, lots of them, since the Abraham Accords were signed two years ago. And it feels almost like everyone's coming to learn from Israel how to turn the desert into a country that can produce water. So what specifically do you see that people are coming? What are they looking for from Israel and from Mekorot?
Well, these days, is it on? These days, most countries and most businesses come to seek for innovation and technology. They come to Israel and expect to see a lot of innovation and technology and a lot of technological solutions. And they get that experience. We have a lot of technology, a lot of innovation solution integrated into the water market. But I think our vision and the Israeli water market vision is a more holistic approach to water. You know, it's a known secret. There's no magic solution. There's no plug-and-play solution for the water market, which is a very conservative market. In Israel, we implement a holistic approach that consists of a very supportive legislation, water pricing and water ownership, followed by a layer of long-term planning. The next layer is measuring and managing of water, and then you implement technologies. So the technology is leading the water market, but it's not the only water solution. It's part of a holistic solution. So I think they are coming to look for technology, and they get and they're learning about an holistic approach to water management.
Interesting. Salma, you specialize in water sanitation and treatment, and you mentioned in one of our conversations that there are 30,000 villages here in Morocco that need to treat their sewage. Is this even possible? It sounds like an almost insurmountable task.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today and to discuss a topic near to my heart, which is water sanitation in rural areas, especially in Morocco. So as the colleagues has already said, the situation in Morocco in terms of water access and water sanitation is kind of critical. As a CEO of a company working in water sanitation, which is a green water company, so it is a social company, I think that managing to find the right public policies to invest in solutions and initiatives that work in that field, in sanitation field, we could manage actually to sanitate this a number of villages, even if we do have more than 32,000 villages in Morocco without access to safe sanitation. So we have to know that more than 14 million people in Morocco still reject the wastewater directly into rivers. And there is a huge opportunity to work on that sense, to work on rural sanitation and decentralized sanitation, but also to find low-tech solution to democratize this kind of solution in rural areas in Morocco. So. Yeah, as a company working in that field, we actually developed a wastewater treatment plant, but it is a low-tech wastewater treatment plant that working without energy. But the most important thing is not only we treat wastewater, but we use it into irrigation of agriculture fields. Right. So we are developing actually agriculture beside treating wastewater.
What Avram was speaking about, the way to get 3 uses out of a single drop of water. Avram, so back to you, what new technology specifically, I mean, you're an engineer, is coming, or new systems that make Israel unique in the way that it manages its water?
A few examples. First of all, there is the CQM company, which what we make is we disinfect the water inside self manufacturing of chlorine from the chlorides in the water without using any outside chemical. So we don't need chemicals, and we save the money for buying the chemicals. Second thing is we have 2 companies which called Tisar and Augori, which fills the way the pumps and the engines are working, and if something is wrong, they feel it right away, and we can repair it in no time and with much less money. Also, we have mathematical models in order to operate the system with in the optimal way with the minimum energy. And the last thing, we exploring the artificial intelligence in order to work with especially with water treatment plants in the best way. Those artificial intelligence systems, they are self-learning systems.
So AI is a big component there. Barak, water seems like it can serve as a bridge for peace. How can it do that?
Big question. I will tell you a story. You know, you mentioned earlier deals and water businesses. Mr. Lang and Mr. Aronovich rarely ask me about profit, rarely ask me about revenues. They are more interested in how many deals did you make in Bahrain, how many deals did you make, or how many projects are we leading in Bahrain, or how many projects we are leading in the UAE or in Azerbaijan, and hopefully in Morocco. I mean, the purpose of Mekorot in the international market is to create more engagement, to work together, to share our knowledge as much as possible. Of course, don't get me wrong. Yeah, if I lose money, both of them will kick my ass. And as you said, they are both tough guys. So we were pursuing it in a business-oriented model, but
with social impact.
Exactly. The revenues are a mean to an end, not an end. Definitely, I mean, our leaders created the foundation for the peace agreement or for the Abrahamic Accords, but it's foundation to follow along your methodology of a bridge. They lay the metalwork of the bridge. It is our responsibility to pave the pavement and to pave the road that we can move back and forth upon. And I think that the business sector is the leading sector to do so, and with it the entire market, tourism, technology, whatever could follow along.
You got to pave the road, but you got to make sure it's covered in water. Don't forget. And Salma, you know, Morocco. So you spoke about sanitation, but there's a water stress issue here as well, right? There's a lack of water. The climate crisis that we heard about before from a number of our speakers, it's affecting the kingdom. What are some ideas that you're thinking about that's happening here in the country to help solve that?
So talking about water stress, actually, I just want to share something personal. When I was a child 30 years ago, like in that season, on November in Morocco, it was really cold and raining heavily. And at the point that we couldn't even quiet the bed to go to school. And year after year, we felt like the drought is coming and in a really obvious way. So today, there is no more water as before. And we need really, and like with the vision of our king, it is really clear we have to make more effort to find new and innovative solutions to treat and other solutions to find water, actually, desalination solutions, treatment, wastewater treatment solutions, because the water in Morocco is actually coming only from sky. All our water is coming from rain. So, and today's, with the drought, with the seasonal drought that we do have, so we need to find other solutions. And we need to find a solution that are economically feasible and socially acceptable. I think that this is very important because there are too many stakeholders around this topic of water. And I think that's the objective now is really to develop this kind of initiative for wastewater treatment, for desalination systems, and so on.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to our panelists, Salma Bourani, Avram Ben Yosef, and Barak Raber. Thank you very much. Business and philanthropy often go together. Our next session is on the synergy between the two and about selecting causes that have a social impact and advance society with a positive trajectory. The panel will be moderated by my colleague Tamar Uriel Be'eri, managing editor of jpost.com, and Tamar will be joined by Eitan Neishlos, founder and president of the Neishlos Foundation, a next generation of Jewish leadership and a new age philanthropist, Revitalia Chin-Krakowski, deputy CEO of the International March of Living, and Wojtek Sochewita, CEO of Auschwitz-Birkenau Foundation in Warsaw, Poland. Tamar, please.
Hello. Let's hop right into it. Eitan, I want to start with you. You're a serial entrepreneur with a diverse and very successful track record of profitable investments. So focusing right now on the business angle, really, what is, first of all, tell us about your business activities, but also what do you consider, the big secret to being a successful entrepreneur?
First of all, thank you very much for hosting us, and thank you to all the panelists. First of all, I will say that I was born in Israel. I'm a proud citizen of that country. I was raised in South Africa and relocated to Australia. And now I'm equally proud to be a resident of Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, living under the shaded palm of the Abraham Accords. And I want to take the opportunity to thank the Kingdom of Morocco, the leadership in the United Arab Emirates and Israel for gifting us and allowing me to live in their vision and to live on the front lines of change. I am the founder and president of Neishlos Foundation and Neishlos Capital. Neishlos Capital is an investment house which owns cutting-edge technologies, is focusing on fintech, and has a specific speciality around payments. And one of the companies in our portfolio that I'm particularly proud of is called Resonance, which is an international player in card-present payment infrastructure and solutions, which means that we own credit card machines, ATMs, which are globally interoperable with one another. And we have enjoyed market share in regions such as Southern Africa, the Caribbean, Israel, and now a dominant player in Australia and beyond. And I'm particularly proud that this company has provided solutions to brands such as BP, Barclays Bank, KFC, many others. And what we've done is, with our rapid product development capability on the back of payment railways, we have delivered value-added solutions. And we were amongst the first to provide prepaid water in Africa, to provide auditable chronic medical distribution in the Caribbean and beyond. Another company that I would like to highlight before I close on this question is called Cashed. And Cashed is an Australian-based company, and what it does is it empowers employers to give employees early wage access, which means they can go to a mobile app, which is integrated to a payroll system, and draw down their salary by the day, by the week, at their discretion. And this is very much inspired by Jewish tradition, because we have a commandment that states that we must pay the employee their wages by the end of every given day. And isn't it wonderful that we took this biblical commandment, blended it with contemporary technology to address a real-world problem, to address the risks of debt and credit holes for various populations around the world. So in closing on this question, what I would say is that in my mind, I see no distinction between investing for social responsibility or investing for profit. Neishlos Capital has demonstrated that we can be very profitable whilst maintaining a social, responsible conscience.
Right, and alongside that, we also have the Neishlos Foundation, which you founded a year ago, inspired by, your late grandmother's inspiring survival story. What led you, a young businessman, to dedicate yourself to philanthropy at a relatively young age?
Yes, I'm very much inspired by my late grandmother's story of blessed memory. Her name is Tamara Zisselman. Not too long ago, about 2-3 years ago, I became curious about her life. I knew that there was a story to be told, and I approached my mother, and at her home, I discovered a shoebox. And inside the shoebox was my late grandmother's memoirs. It was perfectly written in Russian. And that was my first observation, that she must have reflected for many, many years to have crafted every word so perfectly with no corrections required throughout. And what I learned there is that at the tender age of 11 years old in Belarus, her whole family were rounded up by the Nazis, together with the entire Jewish community of that town, marched to the forests, brutally murdered and buried alive. The remarkable part of the story and the great inspiration for me is of the Chodasevich family, who were a religious Christian family, and they took it upon themselves to save her. And they would hide her in their chimney, and she would be covered by dust and by insects, and when the Nazis would bang on the door, she would lose her voice and her ability to speak for months on end because of the trauma. The tragedy is that the Chodaseviches were discovered for their role in the resistance, and the Nazis marched them while they were holding their little baby to the very forest where my family was brutally murdered, and there they were assassinated. My grandmother landed up in a labor camp, and other people managed to save her. I'm very inspired by my late grandmother. I'm very inspired by the Chodasevich family that are recognized at Yad Vashem as righteous amongst the nations. And I took it onto myself to become chairman of Courage to Care, to take the burden away from the elderly and to promote tolerance and to promote education. And as chairman of Courage to Care in Australia, we have educated over 200,000 young adults of all religious denominations, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, and other. And we did it with over 100 volunteers and with Holocaust survivors, by providing meaningful engagement in education and inspiring these young adults not to be bystanders, but to be upstanders when they see any form of discrimination, including anti-Semitism. And my learnings from that, and in conclusion, is that there are two very important anchors. The first anchor is education. Education is not a soft power. Education is a hard power. We proved that at Courage to Care by converting 200,000 young adults to be upstanders. The second anchor is the anchor of carrying the torch of remembrance. We have to be brutally honest and realistic. Our beloved Holocaust survivors will not be with us for much longer. Who will carry on the message? Who will tell their vital testimonies? And so I've undertaken to dedicate my time, to dedicate all of my resources to this very important mission.
And under that kind of mission goal, what are the kind of projects that the Nationalist Foundation is now promoting?
So Nationalist Foundation has a particular ethos and approach to philanthropy. The first, it's very important for us that we achieve social impact. The second, that's very critical for us, is to invest into campaigns that is going to yield an outcome and a sustainable income for the beneficiary with engagement for young adults. So for example, and to that ethos, I had the privilege at the invitation of March of the Living to address the House of Lords in London, and there I accepted the torch of remembrance from Eve Kruger, a Holocaust survivor, and I undertook on behalf of my generation not just to accept the torch, but to carry the torch. And with that in mind, I went to Auschwitz and I led the march on behalf of my generation, the third generation, but I didn't do it alone. I invited His Excellency Ahmed al-Mansouri of the United Arab Emirates, an absolute pioneer who opened the Crossroads of Civilization Museum, which has the first Holocaust gallery ever in the Arab and Muslim world. And he did this before the Abraham Accords. And side by side with him, we lit the torch of remembrance. He recited the Quran, I recited the Torah, and we showed what coexistence can look like. And from there, together, we recently held the first Kristallnacht event at the United Arab Emirates. And we invited the same Holocaust survivor, Eve Kruger, and she spoke to young adults, Emiratis, Jewish, Israeli, all religious denominations. And for me, it was, in a way, the first time for our two communities to, in an authentic way, explore our respective pasts so that we can build a better future together. And lastly, and my colleague Revital will be speaking about the Soul to Soul campaign, where we are restoring 8,000 children's shoes at Auschwitz. To the ethos, this is very important because we're proud that Nachlass Foundation provided effectively the seed funding for this campaign, and we're now promoting engagement with young adults around the world to not only participate in restoring the shoes, but to adopt the stories so that the memories survive forever.
Yes. Wojciech, I'm curious. The Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum is situated on the grounds of the world's largest Jewish cemetery, a place where the most horrific crimes took place, where more than 1.1 million people were murdered, including 1 million Jews, and people from other nationalities and faiths as well, men and women, the children and the elderly alike. How do you treat this sacred place, and how do you preserve the evidence of the crimes of Nazi Germany in such a place?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. It's really an honor for me to have the opportunity to speak here before this audience, and also in friendship and in partnership with Eitan and Yevital of the International March of the Living. It's wonderful to see 3 countries getting together. I'm very proud that I have the possibility to speak as someone from Poland and representing a Polish non-governmental organization which is in charge of preserving and educating. And Eitan already mentioned that education and preservation go hand in hand. It is central for us to take care of every item that has been left behind in Auschwitz-Birkenau, which means that the foundation, which is cooperating in partnership with 40 governments, dozens of cities and private philanthropists, has established a perpetual capital, which is there to finance the preservation process of all personal items, that is shoes, eyeglasses, clothing, and other items that have been left behind by survivors or victims, but also the whole infrastructure of the camp, which means all the barracks, brick barracks, wooden barracks, crematoria and gas chambers, the ruins. We're not changing anything. This is the most important mission of the foundation, to keep everything as it was left behind in 1945, because we want to keep the evidence, and every single item is evidence. The second topic is education, and we are doing this by developing modern technologies to open the opportunity for everyone around the world to visit Auschwitz-Birkenau digitally. I hope that very soon this will be possible, because we have lots of audiences globally who will never make it to Auschwitz. There is nothing that compares to an in-person visit, but we would like to open this opportunity also for those who can't make it to Poland.
Right, and at the same time, you know, there's this kind of heavy concern where, you know, soon in a few years from now, there won't be survivors to tell them their stories. So what is the role of museums in preserving history itself, in your opinion?
That's the biggest challenge, I think. We are very close to the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, and this will be in 2 years, in January 27th. It's very likely that that will be the last big anniversary with survivors present, for whom we are organizing these events always, every year. They are the witnesses, they are the ones who are sharing their experience and their testimony, and for them we are doing this mainly, but also for younger generations. And that's why the foundation, together with the memorial, has been focusing on safeguarding the preservation and the educational process in perpetuity. We know that the crimes of the Holocaust and the crimes against other groups, ethnic groups and religious groups in Auschwitz, but also other places, were exceptional in their cruelty and the horrific idea of Adolf Hitler behind. So we know that anyone seriously thinking about shaping society nowadays has to take into consideration those lessons learned from Auschwitz-Birkenau and other similar sites.
And I understand, in connection with this, Revital, I understand that you're here to present a kind of mutual initiative between the 3 organizations.
Yes, first of all, good morning. Before we begin, I would like to express the gratitude of behalf of the Jewish people to the Kingdom of Morocco. Under King Hassan V, Jews were safe in Morocco. No Jew were persecuted or sent away. And we want to wish the utmost gratitude for keeping Jewish tradition and life back then and today. We are here today in an investment conference, and one might ask himself, what is the Holocaust organization is doing here today? So we are here to make a pitch to invest in education, in Holocaust education and for the future of all mankind. And we would like to present to you the latest campaign that is in partnership by the Auschwitz Memorial and Foundation and the Nijlers Foundation, and it's called Soul to Soul. We call it Protecting History and Defending Memory. And during the Holocaust, over 1.5 million children were murdered in the Shoah. Of them, over 232,000 were murdered in Auschwitz-Birkenau alone. 8,000 shoes are now stored for almost 80 years at the museum, are in a very bad shape. And we were called by the memorial to come and help and secure the funds to restore these shoes. So we are here to making a pitch to help us to secure history and defend the evidence of the horrific crimes. Now, the presentation is not working. If anybody in the control can help with that, it will, oh, wonderful. So these are the children who were murdered in Auschwitz. You see their names, you see their faces. This is Cecil, only 1 year old. And this is the shape of the shoes. Most of the shoes of the children were sent to Germany to be used again, but 8,000 shoes that remained are from the last deportation, probably of the Hungarian Jews who came to the camp. Last month, we signed a partnership with the Nijlers Foundation and the Memorial to restore the shoes. These are two Holocaust survivors, Arya and Bogdan. One of them is Jewish, one of them is the non-Jews, who make the appeal. And if anybody were in the room with us last month and saw how they search for their brothers and sisters' shoes in the pile of mountain, there were no eyes that could have been left dry. So thank you for having us today. We hope that we can count on you, and let's watch a short, very short film.
Very old shoe. I believe that I feel the pulse of the child who walked in them. I hear this child's voice thanking us for remembering them, for paying tribute to all they went through, for honoring their memory and preserving the last shred of tangible evidence that they lived and that they died. The appropriate name of this initiative is Soul to Soul. It is my soul who was touched by the soul of this very special, very meaningful, very important evidence of history. I believe that it is most important, most relevant, and most meaningful that we, who each year, annually, march on the very same soil as this shoe once walked, that we remember the children, remember their lives, and save, preserve, and rescue the shoes, which were the last shoes they were ever privileged to wear.
So Wojciech, my next question is for you. There are many investors and business people here in the audience. Why should they invest in Holocaust education?
Well, I would say that Auschwitz-Birkenau is a memorial which is visited annually by 2.3 million visitors. These people, and the tendency is growing. So annually we have 5 to 7% more visitors actually, who come from 190 countries. We have 350 guides who are guiding in 21 languages. So this is an exceptional place, and it speaks from the experience of us humans. It touches on the darkest chapter of human history. And I think that if we want to live in a safer world, and I myself have 2 daughters, I would like them to grow up in a stable environment. I would like them to make this experience and to have the opportunity to look into what Auschwitz once was, and the crimes against the Jewish people, the industrial killing of the Jews of Europe, which took place at Auschwitz, should never be repeated, and not against the Jewish people and not against anyone else. And that's why Auschwitz-Birkenau is also taking the voice against other crimes, against other cases of genocide nowadays, because our role is exceptional. We have the experience, we are able to show it, and we're very glad that many people are visiting every year. And it's wonderful to have partners from all over the world. The Auschwitz-Birkenau Foundation is raising funds for these processes and investing so that future generations have a better understanding of the past.
And Eitan, just to wrap things up, what was it like on the ground actually standing there with a Holocaust survivor holding those shoes in your hands?
It was deeply emotional. I was surrounded by the gas chambers. I was holding a child's shoe, and I was thinking of all the lost memories, all the lost aspirations, all the lost homes. And while I was feeling deeply sad, that very quickly converted to anger, because there are those that seek to challenge these vital testimonies, whether it be leaders around the world or so-called academics around the world, and now we see it with celebrities and basketball players. The time for education is more important now than ever. And I would like to call to my generation, let us be a generation of upstanders. Let us not be a generation of bystanders. Let us be righteous and let us be inspired by the righteous amongst the nations.
Truly, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tamar. Thank you to our panelists. We now will have a coffee break, but for about 20 minutes. So we ask you to please be back in the room at 10 to 12. That's 11:50. We have a great lineup still ahead. Lots of fantastic panels, speakers, interviews. We'll be right back.
Good morning from Mamounia in Marrakech. I'm Malbied, a journalist in l'Observateur du Maroc et d'Afrique.
Hi, and I'm Mayan Hoffman. I'm the head of conferences for the Jerusalem Post and a senior contributing reporter for the Jerusalem Report. And with us is
Paul Packer. I am Paul Packer. I'm managing member of Globus Capital Partners, general partner here for the Global Investment Forum here in Marrakech, Morocco.
I'm deeply honored to be interviewing you. So my first question is, are you positive about this Global Investment Forum here in Marrakech?
Well, first, I'd like to thank His Majesty, the King Mohammed VI, for having us here today. Not only am I positive, I'm excited. Being here in Morocco to talk about our investments that we've already made and to see potential new investments is something that, as an American investor, I would like the world to see that Morocco is open for Western capital. And not only open, but ready for Western capital.
Well, good luck.
Now, I'd like to ask you if it's okay. You talked on your session about some of the different business opportunities that already exist. And I'm wondering if you can hint at what might be to come in the future. When you talk about Western investments, what do those look like?
Sure. We typically in Israel, we invested a lot in mostly seed and round A investments in startups and public companies. However, here in Morocco, the first investment that we made was actually in a very mature business, businesses that have been around for close to 100 years, which actually mill wheat to flour, right onto the shelves to couscous to pasta, and the second largest millers here in the kingdom, but also that export out 45 different countries in Africa that really use Morocco is the gateway to Africa. Things that we've learned since this investment here are there are many more opportunities in the low-tech area, but in the food, the ag tech market that we've seen are very, very investable. And there are many companies that we believe that we could partner with private equity with to bring American companies here or partner with Israeli companies to use the engineering knowledge that the Moroccans have to contribute to many of our portfolio companies that we have in Israel already.
Amazing.
I actually have a different kind of question. I heard while you in your session you said you feel more safe here in Morocco as an American Jewish than in America.
Yeah, unfortunately, the evil head of anti-Semitism is picking its head up in America in unbelievable motion, and it's too fast. And it's something that in America, as an American Jew, it's something that you have to be concerned about. It's something, unfortunately, we saw 80 years ago what happened, and unfortunately, never again has to mean never again. And it could just be words sometimes in America, but here in Morocco, anti-Semitism is something that's a crime. Anti-Semitism doesn't exist. As a Jew, as an American Jew, I feel more comfortable walking here in Morocco, being greeted, being seen, being hugged, not by cousins, but by brothers. And it's not only in Marrakesh, it's not only in Casablanca, it's in villages, it's in Tangiers, it's in Titouan, it's anywhere.
From Tanja to Liguira.
All the way through the Sahara.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Because we are carrying on with our conference, and I don't think you'll want to miss some of the great sessions and panels we have up ahead. Our next speaker is a business leader from the United Arab Emirates. Dr. Rafael Nagel was one of the first people to think of ways to create business ties. Shh. Thank you. After the signing of the Abraham Accords. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Rafael Nagel, chairman and founder of the Abrahamic Business Circle, for a conversation with Mayan Hoffman, head of conferences of the Jerusalem Post.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you to Morocco for this wonderful welcoming. And thank you for the audience for listening to us.
100%. So I want to jump right in. Shortly after the signing of the Abraham Accords, you launched the Abrahamic Business Circle. It's an innovative, global, interfaith business forum based in the UAE, where you're from. How's that been working out? What have you accomplished in the last 2 years?
We founded and established the Abrahamic Business Circle even a little bit before signing the Abraham Accords, to be really honest with you. We started already based on the idea of the Abrahamic family house. From there we also did get the name. And we also were very focused, we didn't call it the Emirates, UAE or whatever, circle. We were very focused on the idea to have it global, to include as much countries as possible, because we already had, at the moment of founding the Abrahamic Business Circle, the idea of normalization agreements with Arab countries will expand and will grow.
And you've seen that happen?
Very much so.
Now, when the Abraham Accords were signed, they were rooted in a goal: peace for prosperity. I recently looked up the numbers, and there's been a very nice increase in trade between the two countries. Trade between Israel and the UAE reached $205 million in September 2022 alone. That was a 128% increase over the previous year. What industries do you think are the hottest for collaboration now? And do you have any examples of success?
I think the real figure is extremely higher. I'm very convinced about it, because you have to see that even we from the Abrahamic Business Circle and myself as a private equity investor, we are investing, collaborating with the UAE, with many different countries. Mainly one of our companies is also based in the Netherlands. So we are bringing Israeli product through the Netherlands to the UAE, because we have our European headquarters there, for example. I believe the number and the total number what we will be achieving will be on a medium term of around about $5 million for sure.
Wow, it's incredible. Now, the Abraham Accords were also, of course, supposed to be a bridge between people. You're a Jew living in Dubai. From your viewpoint, has it worked out?
I think there's no question. You can see the Jewish community is growing on a daily basis. You just have to see the first Jewish wedding of a rabbi, what we had in Dubai. And you can see we have Jewish schools, we have Jewish kosher food everywhere. I think there's no question about it. I think all the Jews in Dubai feel very, very happy, extremely safe. And we have to admit, we have no anti-Semitism in the UAE at all.
Great. Now, I also know that you're a very successful businessman, and that's why, of course, you launched the Abrahamic Business Circle. And you've written a number of books specifically for entrepreneurs, like those in this room. And I wanted to ask you this. If you could just give us a little bit of advice today, how do you overcome hurdles and make the right decisions at the right time in a challenging environment like we have now?
I think that's always a very good question, to make the right decision in the right time. That's not easy at all. If I would have a glass ball, I would tell you the solution for it, for sure. But I think it has to do a lot with common sense at the end of the day. Mainly, we try to talk tacheles. We try to bring things, to simplify things. The Abrahamic Business Circle, its main purpose is to create business, to stimulate real business relationships, and to achieve results. I'm an ex-banker. My background is economics, law, and I also did a PhD in environmental engineering. So we're always very result-driven, and our main goal is to make it happen, to make things happen. So the main question, I think, in any market, what do you offer, and what does the other party get out of the deal? I think if you respect this, you will make business everywhere around the world. Of course, respecting culture and education.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Raphael Nagel, for being with us here today on the stage at the Global Investment Forum.
Thank you. My pleasure.
I now have the privilege to call up our next business panel. I want to call up Tammy Dayan, a creative business consultant who's been working on building ties between Israel and the Gulf for more than a decade. Christopher Bachlet, the country manager of Morocco for DLA Piper, and Jan Assor, vice president of the Morocco-Israel Business Council, to join me on the stage. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
So the Abraham Accords were signed about 2 years ago, and the countries were so excited to build prosperity through peace. But doing business together is not necessarily easy. Christopher, I want to start with you. You work with DLA Piper, an international law firm with offices in Israel, the UAE, and Morocco, among many other places. What are the most common questions that clients ask your team when trying to do business overseas?
First of all, thank you very much to hosting you. It's a real pleasure to share our experience and meet a lot of people. Generally, there are 3 or 4 topics in mind. Same question, sometimes the order differs. So there is a lot of question around language. What is the language of business, of doing business in Morocco? Some people have a view of Morocco, which is everyone speaking Arabic or French. So we are there to convey the message that all transactions, whether mid-size or high-size, they are in English. Morocco has a huge, how could I say, familiarity with English law for all the financing, or most of the financing of huge projects. And all the documentation is really at international standards. So generally, I reach to convince people that it's not an issue when you do not speak French or Arabic to invest and to do business in Morocco, and we have a lot of examples. The second question generally is around it's more technical, is around the corporate form of the company. The question is, do I have am I obliged to have a local partner? Can I have just my own vehicle, wholly owned subsidiary? So the answer is yes. That does not preclude people for finding a partner, but at least they are not obliged, for question of timing, to meet people. So I think it's a way of being free. After that, some kind of question on the fact that can my manager, as my manager, be to be Moroccan? Can I have a foreign CEO? So a lot of things about, I would say, the obligation to have someone local in the board. But the question, the answer is you can have an international board. You can keep your, I would say, your management abroad. After, in practice, it's more difficulty to do business on a daily basis. But at least there is no legal barrier and a lot of flexibility. The question after that is it really easy to set up a company? How much time it takes? I would say the most difficult obstacle is more the KYC when you open a bank account, like everywhere in the world, whether you are in Luxembourg now or Mauritius Island or New York. Each time you have to open a bank account, there is a KYC, and in Morocco, the KYC process is as constrained that in other countries. For the rest, it's opening companies like anywhere in the world, just article of association, so it's not an issue.
Okay, I want to stop you right there just because I want to make sure we have time for everything else. But
No
if
worry.
anybody has questions for Christopher, you definitely can come up afterwards about opening your business in Morocco. Tammy, I want to jump over to you. Even though you're Israeli, you've actually been doing business in the Middle East for a number of years. Can you just tell us, were you easily accepted, and what were some of the barriers that you had to overcome?
Sure. So thank you for hosting me. I think the process, I want to talk more about the essence of the process of being engaged, deeply engaged in what we call business in the region, but it's really building the trust, people to people. Our culture come to do business is very focus-oriented. Now, let's sign the deal now. Thank you. We want to see results. We want to deliver. It's not necessarily the culture of doing business here. Here we need to be more, here I mean in the region, we need to be more attentive, many sensitivities, cultural, political, structural challenges. So from my experience in the past decade is to, first of all, build trust, to know who are the people, to talk about the preconceived opinions we each bring to the table, which are not necessarily relevant or true, and to see how we can bridge some of the personal challenges. Once we build a trust, and it's like paving a very difficult path, still paving it, then we can talk about business, but not about what we want, but what about you want, what about they want, what are the needs?
Or what do we need to
do
together?
And then how we can best address it. So I would say, first of all, think about them, then think about us, and then it will be a fruitful engagement.
Thank you for that. Now, you know, for us in Israel, be honest, that we sometimes don't know the difference between the countries. The UAE, Bahrain, and Morocco are actually very different, but for Israelis that have never been to them, they might not know. Jan, what is something that surprised you, on the other hand, about working with Israelis? And can you also tell Israelis something that they should know about doing business with Moroccans?
I have a double vision of the Morocco-Israeli business relation. First, as institutional role that we have in the Morocco-Israeli Business Council at CGOM, with our colleague from the Trade Federation in Israel, in which on daily basis we work to promote both countries, in Israel and Morocco. And as a business advisor, acting as a managing partner of the firm BV Capital Africa, to answer to your question, what it did not surprise me is the enthusiasm of the Israeli businessmen who come in Morocco after the Abraham Accords, but not necessarily to prospect the potential of the Moroccan market, but to reconnect with their roots. I recall that quietly 1 million Israeli are from Moroccan origin. So when they come in Morocco, it was first to reconnect. The communication is very fluid with the Moroccan people because they are speaking Arabic like they never lived together, and that was fantastic. Now, to the other side of the business, I think that Israel has the potential to gain a large market share in Morocco, thanks to his high knowledge in the tech optimization, particularly, and we saw it today, in the agricultural segment, which consists and which represents in Morocco still a large part of the activity, but also in energy, in desalinization, etc. And after, maybe at the end of this meeting, I will have the opportunity to speak about the Moroccan engineer and what we can do between Morocco and Israel.
That would be great. Now, Christophe, I want to jump back to you real quick. I interviewed one of your colleagues from DLA Piper about a month ago, and she spoke about Morocco as a gateway to Africa, a topic that we touched upon this morning as well. What would be your role at the law firm in helping Israelis cross that bridge? And what kind of industries would make sense to consider it?
So to answer your first question, I think I echo your word about trust. I think my first role as a lawyer is maybe more a role as businessman, having set up my own business finally 7 years ago. So I know how it's difficult to convince a board to enter in a new country, and particularly in Africa. Everyone knows it's quite challenging. So I think my first message is just sometimes I explain my own history. How at that time it has been very useful for me to be located at Casablanca Finance City and benefit from this kind of governmental umbrella. This has been really key in convincing my board of directors. Sometimes I simply also share the experience of other clients, because now we have, I think, a huge example of partnership between Moroccan and Israeli partners. Is not theoretical. If you look last year at the successful story of Gaia with Maroon and the new press release about the partnership. So we've got some very, how could I say, strong example now. So it's more easy to convince people. And for a more technical point, the question is more, what is the best place where they need to locate their vehicle? Because in Morocco, we have a chance to have a wide panel of ecosystem. So the question is whether they should invest in Tangier or in Kenitra or in Casablanca Finance City and be present in this area, depending on their activity and sectors. That's for the first question. For the second question,
1 minute answer,
yes,
please.
And very quickly, I will say the key word is innovation. As long as there is a component of innovation, Morocco has such now a diversified industry. If you look at logistics, if you look effectively at water, energy, also military, pharmaceuticals to some extent, because Israel people are very strong in patent, in pharmaceutical products. As long as there is these components, to me, there is already a wide variety of choice.
Fabulous. Now, I want to ask this question to all of you. Some of you are working with colleagues all around the world. Others are hosting delegations or attending conferences like this one. And a lot of it is about bringing people together to do business. Recently, there was a Bahraini economic delegation in Israel. It was the first of its kind. And on that trip, I had a privilege of meeting with the Minister of Industry and Commerce, and he said during the interview that the Abraham Accords needed to move from a government initiative to a partnership between the business people. Tell me, you first, 1 minute each, then Jan, then Christopher. What do you think about that? Do we need to move from a government initiative to a people initiative, and how do we do it?
Sure, absolutely. I think this is the direction. I was very happy the delegation made their way to Israel. It took a long time, but I think, again, when it comes to people, it helps to break the set of challenges we're still dealing with and limiting our full access to the full potential of the Gulf and the MENA region. And as you could see, once people come to Israel and see that we're normal people, not any different. We have families, we go to restaurants, we're nice people, and yes, we have this extra challenge that other countries don't, but we still live in coexistence, and I think once we break this ice, it's a first step to build a trust, and then on that safe ground, we can build more and expand more.
Jan.
I completely agree with you. Once the government make their job, the business and the people has to pursue. I have a concrete example on how people can work together beyond the business. I just give the example on which in the Business Council we are working on is you have around 25,000 American engineers graduated from school each year. And this pool of talent constitute, on my sense, a very nice opportunity to create people and relation between Morocco and Israel, because as you know, Israel has a very large reputation on the tech industry, and due to the increase of the tech sector, the country is facing a lack of talents. So using and the pool of the qualified engineer that we have and integrate them in the Israeli tech sector could be wonderful for both countries. But in the long term, it will permit to Morocco to become a real startup nation in Africa, and based from rank 8 of the fundraising today to rank 1, thanks to this beautiful collaboration, I hope, that will be taking place between Morocco and Israel.
Excellent. Christopher, your answer.
I must confess, I totally share your view. I just echo what you say. There is a pool of talent in Morocco of engineers, and effectively the future, I think, is around startup venture capital. So I have nothing more to add, to be completely agree.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, the three of you, for being here. I know we had to cut the panel a little bit short, so all of you will be around for networking, and please feel free to come and talk to them. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Maayan, and to our panelists. Last week was the COP27 conference in Sharm el-Sheikh, which also continued in the last few days. And there's no doubt that the world is facing a number of great challenges, and one of them is definitely climate change. Our next panel will tackle some of those questions, looking at how we can repair the environment one innovation at a time. Maayan Hoffman, who was just left us but is coming right back, and Mohamed Zainabi, editor-in-chief of L'Observateur de Maroc and d'Afrique, will co-moderate our next panel. They will be joined on stage by Ahmed El Bouari, director of the Department of Irrigation and Agriculture and Spatial Planning at the Ministry of Agriculture, Udi Gat, marine aquaculture project manager of the city of Eilat, and Abed Masarwa, vice president of products at the Israeli company Nitafim.
Great, thanks so much. So I want to start out by just letting each of you give a couple of minutes about who you are and what you're doing, because each of you is so interesting. Uri, let's start with you. Marine aquaculture has become a big focus in Eilat. What is your role, and what are you trying to do for the city and for Israel?
My name is, like Maayan said, Udi Gat. I'm living in a kibbutz. It's a small community in the south part of Israel, and I'm the former mayor of the regional council of Eilat. And when I was in that position with Eilat city, we made a revolution in the renewable energy, and we became a 100% independent area on renewable energy. We are taking this experience to another issue. It's the marine aquaculture, and we are creating a place that will be the center of marine aquaculture. Why Eilat? Because Eilat have borders with Jordan and Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Why Eilat? Because we have airport and seaport. We have some academic and research institutions in Eilat already. We have a great motivation of the municipalities, and all together brings us to decide to take this issue, the marine and aquaculture, as a big and in the next step.
Thank you.
Monsieur Ahmed El Bouari, est-ce que vous pourriez nous dire, vous qu'on connaît ici au Maroc comme Monsieur Irrigation, ce que vous faites concrètement en fait au quotidien?
Merci.
I can translate. I just asked Mr. Ahmed El
Thank you.
Bouari, who is known in Morocco as Mr. Irrigation. Just tell us what he do as Mr. Irrigation.
Thank you. Ahmed El Bouari, directeur central de l'irrigation et de l'aménagement de l'espace agricole au niveau du ministère de l'Agriculture. Donc, comme m'a dit M. Zainabi, donc, je m'occupe de l'ensemble des programmes, de la planification, de tout ce qui est irrigation. Ça va du barrage jusqu'à la parcelle de l'agriculteur. Et actuellement, ça va de la mer, de l'eau de mer, jusqu'à la parcelle de l'agriculteur.
So my name is Mr. Ahmed Bouhari, and I'm in charge of irrigation and agricultural space planning. And I'm in charge of all that has to do with irrigation, from dams to drip irrigation, agricultural plots, and including now seawater desalination.
Et je vous remercie pour l'invitation, d'avoir invité le département de l'agriculture pour ces échanges très fructueux.
And I would like to extend my thanks to you for inviting the Ministry of Agriculture for such fruitful exchanges.
Thank you. Now, there's someone else on stage who knows a lot about irrigation as well. Abed, talk to us about Netafim and what you've developed.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for hosting me here. My name is Abed Massar, I'm Vice President of Netafim. So what is Netafim? Netafim is the company that pioneered drip. We were the company that actually invented drip in the market. There was no drip before Netafim, so this was the first company in the world. We invented drip because of necessity. Netafim is located in the desert in Kibbutz Hatzerim, which is in southern Israel. And the drip technology was invented over there. Just let me have a few seconds. Morocco is a farming country. I spent all my last week here going from farms and seeing farmers over here. This is a farming country, okay, beyond other things, but it is a farming country. And we have been speaking this morning about water, about producing water, using treated water. But 70% of the water on Earth goes to agriculture. And when you are going to use this water, you need to use it smart. And that's what we are doing. We are saving water when we are using this technology to irrigate. So Netafim is the first company on Earth that produced the drip technology, and this is what we are doing here. And to give you a news, we are not only talking. We are built our first manufacturing facility, which have produced the first coal of drip in Morocco last month. So we are not only talking, we are also doing.
Mazel tov on that, wow. Now, COP27 has been going on, and climate change and the crisis of our environment is certainly top of many of our minds. How is what each of you are doing helping to make the world healthier? Udi, we'll start with you, then Abed and Ahmed.
So it all happens about food security. About Eilat and the tourism in Eilat, you'll be able to hear in a half an hour from the deputy of Eilat, Mr. Matan Be'eri. But now we are talking about food security. The population in the world is increasing. I just heard it's already arrived to 9 million people that are living in the world. 8, okay. It's still increasing, okay. All these people need food, and all these people need protein. And the sea is a producer, the main producer of protein, and we can take the seawater to the land and do marine aquaculture in the land, not only in the sea. So the popular agriculture is suffering from the global warming, suffering of lack of rain in some places, and we are offering some other kind of a solution. Water, seawater, I believe it will never end.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so to continue what has been said, yes, we are going to be at 10 billion people in 2050. That means we need to produce 60% more food. And the water is declining. 2050 is going to be 25% less water. There are going to be 20% less arable land. We need to produce more food in less area and less water. And this is exactly the drip technology. Our company slogan is grow more with less. So we want to grow more with less resources, less land and less water. This is exactly what Netafim is inventing and continue innovating the drip technology.
And would you also answer the question, please?
Alors, Monsieur Ahmed, sur la même question, concernant ce que vous faites par rapport à la problématique du stress hydrique, et vous avez entendu nos interlocuteurs parler aussi de souveraineté alimentaire et ce qui se fait en cette matière.
Alors, comme vous le savez, le Maroc se trouve dans des régions les plus affectées par le changement climatique, ce qui affecte d'une façon très sérieuse son potentiel hydrique. Alors, juste pour vous donner quelques chiffres, depuis les années 50 à aujourd'hui, on était à peu près à 22 milliards de mètres cubes comme apport. Ces 20 dernières années, on est à moins de 14 milliards de mètres cubes, ce qui fait une chute de presque de 30 à 40%. Le stock actuel au niveau de nos barrages est de l'ordre de 3,9, entre 20 et 24%, et c'est le stock le plus bas qu'on a observé, qui est observé depuis 40 ans. Je vous laisse un peu de temps.
Yes. Thank you very much. You know, Morocco is located in a region which is exposed to the harsh impact of climate change. And in fact, regarding water availability, since the 50s till now, we used to have about 22 billion cubic meters, but now we only have about 14 million cubic meters. That means a reduction of about 20 to 24%, and the water stock in dams is no more than 3.9 billion cubic meters.
Pour faire face à ces changements climatiques, le Maroc, depuis presque une dizaine d'années, dans le cadre des stratégies agricoles marocaines, donc on a déployé plusieurs actions. Dans la première, et grâce à nos efforts du secteur privé israélien, c'est qu'on a mis la mise à niveau de l'ensemble de nos infrastructures d'irrigation et la généralisation presque du système d'irrigation goutte à goutte. Donc on cherche plus d'économie d'eau et plus d'efficience, comme je disais tout à l'heure, au niveau de l'ensemble de nos équipements. On a également travaillé beaucoup sur l'extension et la valorisation des ressources en eau. Et également, et le plus important également, on a fait contribuer le secteur privé dans le cadre de projets de partenariat public-privé, et le Maroc était pionnier pour lancer. Actuellement, on a presque 35 000 hectares qui est équipé, géré, exploité par du secteur privé.
In order to face up to those climate change challenges, and for 10 years now, Morocco has launched an agricultural strategy through a number of actions, all through the cooperation Morocco has also with the Israeli experts, in order to upgrade and generalize the new technologies so as to save more water and use it more efficiently. In so doing, we have managed to achieve the extension of water resources use efficiently, and also involve the private sector in PPPs, in private-public partnerships, and the private sector is leading now, managing about 35,000 hectares.
Last question, because of time. Morocco and Israel have placed climate tech as a top priority for the coming decade. So, how can the two countries collaborate together? Thank you.
And Ahmed, why don't you start?
Alors, Monsieur El Bouhari, je pose la question. Alors, le Maroc comme Israël ont placé les questions de climat du point de vue technologique, avancée technologique, comme priorité pour la prochaine décade. Qu'est-ce que les deux pays peuvent faire ensemble dans ce domaine?
Alors, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, que la coopération avec Israël n'est pas d'aujourd'hui. Il ne date pas d'aujourd'hui. Peut-être qu'il était plus importante, mais indirecte. Actuellement, on a la possibilité de la faire directement. Donc, on est proche. Il y a un certain nombre de sociétés israéliennes qui opèrent déjà sur le terrain. Et actuellement, on est en train de discuter avec des institutionnels et aussi du secteur privé pour mieux construire cette coopération future. Alors nous comptons beaucoup, et comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, que le Maroc est très affecté par le stress hydrique, et on aimerait à ce qu'on puisse développer davantage de coopération et d'expertise, notamment dans le dessalement de l'eau de mer et la réutilisation des eaux usées traitées à des fins agricoles.
Well, cooperation between Morocco and Israel has always existed, but now we can do it in an indirect way, and we would like to mobilize the institutions and the private sector more. and we want to avail of the technologies exist. And we have already a number of Israeli companies operating in Morocco in order to help us face up to water stress, and we are keen to develop further such cooperation, especially in the field of desalination and the use of treated water.
Thank you. And now, Abed, I'm sorry.
C'est qu'on aimerait à ce qu'on puisse développer davantage de la fabrication du matériel d'irrigation au niveau du Maroc, que ce sera un trop-plein pour l'Afrique.
And last point, we would like to develop further the production of irrigation equipment here in Morocco, and that will be a springboard for Africa.
Thank you. Abed, same question. How can the two countries collaborate?
So first, to continue what Mr. said, that yes, we are going to manufacture here in Morocco, but it's not going to be manufacturing only for Morocco. So the target is also exporting from Morocco to all Africa. That's number one. Number two, we are talking here about scarcity of water and climate changes. So climate change is not only about the amount of water, it's timing of water. Farmers were used to seed their corn or grains or whatever and get water in March or April. They are not getting it today. So there's no other choice except to irrigate. That's the only choice that we have today. So using technology, lifting up the level of technology of this country by cooperating between the two countries, this is the way that we can change these obstacles that we're having on the way.
Amazing. Uri, same question.
We are bringing Eilat to be the center of marine aquaculture, and we are doing it by a whole ecosystem that we are dealing and managing. The first thing is high school program education, and I'm facing all the participants in this room. We are looking for a school that will be a partner with 2 other schools in Eilat to do an education program. We are dealing also with academic programs, research, and science. We are dealing with a park that investors, growers, producers will be able to come. And we are dealing also with branding, like international conferences. The first one was 2 weeks ago in Eilat. So again, I'm facing the participants in this room. If you want to be partners with us, we as Israel, as Eilat, can bring the knowledge, can bring the technology, can bring the innovations, and you, Morocco and UAE, can bring everything that will be the long arm of Israel to Africa, to Europe.
If you can, just applaud.
Thank you very much. So,
thank you, Muhammad and Mayan, and to our great participants. That was a really fantastic panel. Israel and Morocco have a lot in common, and one aspect is how their economies enjoy a vibrant tourism industry. I'm delighted to invite on stage Matan Beiri, the Deputy Mayor of the city of Eilat, to address our conference, but beforehand, please sit back and enjoy this short film.
Imagine a place where it's summer all year round. The beaches have crystal clear waters. There's mouth-watering food, and there's even tax-free shopping. No, this isn't make-believe. This is Eilat. No better place to start than the beach. And this is what it looks like in the winter. You can do yoga in front of the sea, you can have breakfast with the view, or you can party into the night. But the real magic is underwater.
Because Eilat's Red Sea is one of the top destinations for divers from all over the world. We're talking 2.5 kilometers of coral reef, 1,300 different types of fish, and the most colorful sea on the planet.
If you're not in the mood for getting wet, that's okay. Just come to the Underwater Observatory, where you can see all kinds of marine life. That includes these guys. Hi! If you want to be one with nature, this is the Dolphin Reef, where you get to meet these sweet creatures up close. I can't believe this. Now, if you prefer something more extreme, no worries. Here on the Red Sea, you can do more than just sailing. You can go kite surfing, windsurfing, parasailing, even tubing. You name it. if you want to experience extreme on land, within just minutes from the beach, you can escape into the desert. This is the Red Canyon. It's known for its colorful mountains. And yes, we're still in Eilat. After all that action, we have to get something to eat. There are tons of restaurants in Eilat offering Israel's most famous dishes. We have to walk off all of that food with some shopping. What? It's basically a sport. Lucky for us, there are 16 shopping centers in Eilat. And best of all, there are no taxes here. You heard me right. No taxes. It's time for a drink, or maybe two. The nightlife here is known to be wild. That's why spending your holiday in Eilat is like a never-ending party. So what are you waiting for? Come join us. Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, Matan Beiri.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all the dignitaries in the hall, the Jerusalem Post crew, and our Moroccan hosts, thank you for your great hospitality. My whole family came to Israel from Morocco. My great-grandfather is buried outside here in the Jewish cemetery in Marrakesh. 2 days ago, by the way, his name was Rabim Saud Nachmias. 2 days ago, I've been with my crew in Jemaa al-Fna. And the music sent my soul back to my roots. Shukran for that. Shukran ktir. I was asked to speak in front of you for the next 3 minutes and describe the city of Eilat. I'm going to take 5, but don't tell anyone. So please, let me take you to a journey where the desert meets the sea. Eilat is located in the southernmost part of Israel and shares a border with 2 other countries in which Israel has peace agreements with. Plus, the 3 countries shares over 1 million visitors who passes between the borders every year. Approximately 50,000 people live in Eilat, and about 100,000 residents at any given time. In other words, there is a tourist standing next every resident. The city economy is mainly based on tourism and hosts above 2 million tourists every year. Eilat is one of the largest port cities in Israel and a major tourist destination. In fact, Eilat is the 5th largest city in the country. Located on the shore of the Red Sea, it is well known for its breathtaking natural treasures and, to be precise, one of the only remaining coral reefs in the world is on the shores of the Red Sea, and UNESCO is being agreed to declare it the World Heritage Site. So, we have a sea, a perfect diving site, a shining sun all year long, as you can see on the video. You like the video, by the way? Yeah, you can see the potential of Eilat. And we have a wonderful red mountains and cycling routes for your bikes, perfect weather almost all year long. And some of the biggest music festivals in the world are located in the middle of the desert. And of course, the Red Sea around. I swear, this is the best water in the world. It's like a cleanser. And we are indeed small at the bottom of the edge of the map, but we have a wonderful city. I'm excited to stand here and reveal to you the city of Eilat and its potential. I would like to invite you, please, join me for a fascinating journey of cooperation between people who come from countries where the determination, excellence, and innovation in the economy are their worldview and our worldview. To this conference are brought many benefits in various areas of investments and full government and municipal support for any project you would like to produce together. In most cases, We will also know how to present an economy adventures for you. I promise, this is my world, a Moroccan world. The city of Eilat has many challenges in the fields of aviation, tourism, medicine, and innovation. A wise man once told me that every challenge of a one is opportunity for another. So, ladies and gentlemen, our challenges is your opportunities. Let's make history and break the wall together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Matan, and really a moving story which shows just how deep the roots of Israel go and are connected here in Morocco. I now invite Tamar Uriel Be'eri to moderate our next panel on tourism with Jalil Ben Abbas Tarji, former president of the Moroccan National Association of Investors in Tourism, and Matan Be'eri, the deputy mayor of the city of Eilat, who comes back on stage. Tamar?
All right, we heard quite a bit about Eilat, and we'll get back to that in just a second. But Jalil, my first question is for you. I feel like Morocco faces similar challenges to Israel in terms of tourism. So what is the je ne sais quoi, star quality of a country like Morocco, do you think, that keeps people, you know, coming back?
First of all, thank you for having me with you today. I'm very jealous about Eilat because I didn't bring a video with me. So next time I'll do it. Yes, thank you. This is, you know, tourism is one of the main engines of the Moroccan economy. It's around 8% of the GDP, and its potential really is to grow up to 10, 12, 14 probably in the next years. So what makes Morocco a little bit different, or let's say attractive? Probably many ingredients you all know, but put together could make Morocco a little bit unique. With many other unique destinations, of course. Proximity to source markets, mainly Europe, the culture, the deepness, let's say, of history, the values of the people, let's say, the natural hospitality of Moroccan citizens in general. These ingredients you can find in many, many destinations around the world, but if you put them together, that brings Morocco with few other destinations, probably more or less, let's say, unique, or at least rare.
So actually, if we're talking about uniqueness, Matan, I have a similar question for you. You know, like, it feels like in the tourism industry, you're all competing against Paris, Rome, all these, like, you know, quote unquote Western destinations. So what makes Eilat unique and attractive in that way?
Well, New York is a city of millions. Eilat is a city of a few thousands. So I don't know if this is the real comparison, but Eilat is special. Eilat is in the middle of the Middle East. Eilat is the liberal most city in the Middle East. This is her best advantage. And as you can see on the video, we have a lot to offer. We have a big ocean, and we have diving sites, and we have great hotels, and we have astonishment desert. And as I see the potential of Eilat, I think she could be even bigger than what she is now, but only if we can do special cooperations. For example, I sat a few minutes ago with one of the residents of Marrakesh City Hall, and I offer him, let's make in Eilat a riad that brings all the Moroccan culture to Eilat. We can do special rooms, one for music, one for spices, one for food, one for handcrafts. And Eilat's supposed to be the mirror of the Middle East. You can see it. You can see in Eilat everything you want from any other country that we have among us, around the city, because if you stand in Eilat beach, you can see Egypt, and you can see Saudi Arabia, and you can see Jordan, and you're only sitting on the beach, and you can see everything around you. And I think the potential of Eilat is really big, but we need really good partners with vision, and this is why I'm here.
So speaking of which, how did the Abraham Accords specifically affect tourism, you know, hospitality, entertainment industries in Eilat?
In my speech, I said at the first, let's break the wall. It's not just some kind of simple sentence. We need to break the wall together because in Israel and Eilat, we have a lot of advantages of knowledge to bring outside from Israel. And in Eilat, we need a lot of economic resources. So if we will switch our unique resources together in according of Abraham agreements, we will see the potential growth all the time. We can do a medical tourism in Eilat, and we can do a special convention center together, and we can do a lot of stuff. Switching students, we have now, like as my colleague Udi said before, we have a new degree called CTEC, and you can learn together economic and fintech together, and you can be the next unicorn of the agriculture. So we have a lot of offering to Abraham agreements, and I will really praying to make some kind of business here.
Jalil, I'm curious. Right now we're talking a lot about, you know, what's pulling people in, but I'm curious actually on kind of the more external circle. You know, what is a good reason, or rather, you know what, better question. How can investors, new investors, put their trust in investing in the tourism industry in Morocco? How is that an easy industry to break into as an investor?
Yes, thank you for asking. And I would start by repeating what was said by Christophe Bachelet, if I don't misspell his name, a few minutes ago. Generally speaking, Morocco is a very open economy, very friendly, let's say, investor-friendly economy, both for Moroccan and international. And especially in tourism, any foreign operator or investor can come on his own, or can have a local partner. There is no obligation. It's really according to his interests. We have, what does he need? He needs a good lawyer and a good accountant, and of course, to find the right segment and the right business model. So really, and there is also a very big potential in this industry. We believe that the Israeli, let's say, investors, operators have a very significant experience in many areas, in many segments. In some areas, we might be marginally competitors, but only marginally. Let's say in the core business, we can have a real good complementary, let's say, business models. So yes, Morocco is willing to attract foreign operators and businesses. We have tens of international brands, tens and tens, from Europe, from America, from everywhere. And I think that the market is still very open and very, let's say, sexy.
I love that. So, I mean, you're saying that, you know, on a business level, the two industries are kind of competitors. How, nevertheless, if it's possible at all, can those two industries, the tourism industry in Morocco and the one in Eilat and in Israel in general, work together in some way and cooperate and perhaps encourage growth in both sides?
Well, really, without being an expert on the tourism industry of Israel, I know just a little, but I can try and answer your question. I do believe that based on the expertise of the Israeli industry, we have many segments like in leisure, in corporate hotels, business hotels, maybe in desert Sahara facilities and special experiences. We can mix our experiences here, and you know that Morocco is very much investing in his western provinces, and that may have some common, let's say, common environment as you have in your country. So I think we know that there are a couple of investors that are already looking for opportunities. And as a former president of, let's say, a trade organization, I would be very much willing, on a very free basis, to help orientate any interest that might come today or tomorrow through you or directly. We have, let's say, we have trade organizations that are very reasonably well structured. We have a special investment agency for tourism that's very reactive and competitive. We have a very, let's say, competitive tourist office that help and has a very strong ambition to expand the business for all of its components.
Matan, I'm curious what your thoughts are on the matter. How can the two tourism industries nevertheless cooperate and work together?
Like I said before, except of the collaborations between the cultures, if I didn't mention it yet, as I spoke with Rafael Nagal yesterday, Dr. Rafael Nagal and Abraham Circles, we have a new international airport in Eilat near Timna, where is Salomon stands. And there was even a wedding 3 weeks ago in Eilat of some kind of special Moroccan family, Missy El-Baz, if you know. Yes, Rabbi? In Eilat area. And this international airport is waiting for partners. From this specific airport, you can be the gate of the Middle East to Africa, Asia, and Europe with goods, with a lot of ships, even from the seaport, by the way. We have a lot of benefits to give any cargo air companies or any airlines, commercial companies, that they can come to Eilat and make a home base. Because if you know Ben Gurion Airport, he's in full capacity. In Eilat, you have 9 clear slots to make new home bases, and then we can make a lot of collaborations together between Morocco to Eilat and especially to the United Emirates.
If I may, I was thinking about one special segment. I want to stress on it. It's I believe your colleagues in Israel have a strong experience in lifestyle hotels in Jerusalem, in Tel Aviv, and I think that in this big segment, there's a lot to do in Morocco in general, in Casablanca, especially in Marrakesh. And the lifestyle let's say, segment is an important one. So it's an extended invitation to.
So I'm curious, especially now, Jalil, if we're seeing Morocco quite miraculously recover from a drop in tourism during the coronavirus pandemic. Reports just coming out yesterday of Morocco recovering 80% of its tourism industry was truly incredible. As someone who knows the industry, I think it's fair to say fairly well. What's your prediction for the future of tourism in Morocco?
Well, first of all, you're right. We have been, even ourselves, Moroccans and Moroccan citizens or Moroccan operators like myself, we have been, let's say, nicely surprised by the results that we have achieved. Some of them surprising, really. That's one thing. The second thing is this means that the potential of this specific sector is still very strong and open. And also, again, it's very much open to investment. There is the state and the government for many years before had a clear strategy and a clear policies and incentives to develop the country, because it's employment, because it's hard currency, because. And the state has invested a lot, like in your city, in many different areas. So yes, just to give you a personal example, experience. 1 year ago, I had almost decided, not but let's say our corporation, because we have partners, but we decide together. I had decided, or I had thought that I would never invest again in this sector, again, because it was a hard time. Wow. We had 20 months of very hard time. And it's almost decided, not written, but decided. I'm closing a deal this afternoon. And I'm surprised by myself. And I'm already thinking of new things and new things and new things. So this is human beings a little bit crazy sometimes, but this is human psychology. So, but again, now we are very positive trends, and I'm surprised when I think what I was thinking a year ago.
Amazing. So it's really just two different worlds entirely in just 1 year alone. Matan, I'm curious how the coronavirus pandemic and crawling out of it has kind of affected Eilat, which is a city very much dependent on its tourism industry.
Wow. COVID is hard for us. We have a PTSD from COVID. When the COVID came to Eilat, we had a employment crisis. 80% of the Eilat citizens was unemployed. 50% of the houses in Eilat was both of the parents unemployed. Every day we were busy of making food for people. This is how much the COVID hurt in Eilat. But we have two conclusions from COVID. One, that Eilat could not stay anymore, only tourist city. And the second one, that is Eilat is before everything a tourist city. And this is why we need to keep investing the tourist industry and keep improving the product of Eilat as a tourist city. And now we are stronger and smarter than before COVID. And we understood that to develop Eilat as a big tourist city with a stable economy all year long, we need to bring a lot of economic bases, like a big convention center, like an amusement park, like tourism medical place, a big one, and to take the international airport forward all the time, to take his potential to the edge. And if you saw me yesterday on the gala, I was looking like a poison rat. I didn't stop going around between people and say, hi, nice to meet you, I'm from Eilat. Come and invest, hi, nice to meet you, I'm from Eilat. with the big determination to take Eilat as far as I can. And one word about the biggest advantage of Morocco, the people. The people of Morocco is the biggest weapon you have, the biggest one. They are the most service people that I ever met, most polite, and tourism industry in Eilat needs a lot of working hands. And I'm inviting you now. Let's exchange workers.
Thank you. Listening to you, we can only visit you.
Thank you both very much, and may the tourism industries in both countries succeed. I'd like to now invite on stage Eyal Chaimovsky, CEO of the Jerusalem Development Authority. Most of you probably haven't heard of the JDA, but it's one of the central entities responsible for the economic development of Jerusalem in the last 3 decades. Every major project done in Jerusalem in the past 3 decades saw the involvement of JDA. Begin Road, the new business district, the impressive growth in high tech, a dramatic increase in the number of tourists in the city and in hotel rooms, urban renewal, and so much more. All of that had JDA working hard. With us is Eyal Chaimovsky, CEO of the JDA. Eyal, tell us a little bit about the authority.
Hello, Tamar. First of all, thank you very much for the privilege of being here today. So as you said in the introduction, the Jerusalem Development Authority was founded in 1988 by the Mayor Teddy Kollek, Mayor of Jerusalem, and the government of Israel. JDA is a joint venture between the two, where the main role of the JDA is serve as executor of government encouraging economic development in the city. The JDA role is to intake economic projects based on comparative advantage that the city has that will create quality jobs in the city. And also to improve the quality of life in the city together with the municipality, where usually the ones who entitle the project plan is the JDA. We work with the government in unique way through 5 years business plan, and today we are opening the fourth 5-year plan.
Well, before we start talking about the 5-year plan, I have to hear about JDA's previous achievements. What were they? What can you highlight?
So there are 3 central areas in which we have invested in the last decade: high-tech, tourism, and quality of life. In high-tech, we succeeded in more than doubling the number of high-tech employees from 10,000 to 20,000. We increased the number of companies from 200 to 650. Wow. Jerusalem joined one of the 10 leading cities in the fields of life sciences. We helped Jerusalem companies to become leaders in their fields like Mobileye, Lightrix, and more companies. Tourism, we increased the number of tourist rooms nights over a decade from 3.9 million to almost 5.5 million, and the number of hotel rooms from 11,000 to almost 50,000. With our agreement, Jerusalem has become a destination for international conference. This leads to Boom Jerusalem, culture institutes, and the city entertainment centers. Quality of life, it's not enough. Create jobs. We planned and create over 10,000 acres of parks and grants throughout the city for the well-being and residents and visitors.
Wow, so, okay, first of all, for those who haven't visited the city, what are you doing? Come visit. But those who have visited the city, it's impossible not to see all of these changes. So let's talk a little bit about the future. I understand that the government recently approved this 5-year plan that you mentioned earlier. What are the main plans you intend to carry out with this money, and how should it affect the lives of the city's residents and visitors?
Last Jerusalem Day, the government approved the future 5 years business program for the city, as I said, in the amount of almost 700 million shekels. Wow. In principle, we intend the counties with the clusters we have been dealing with the recent years. Our goal in the next 5 years is to increase by at least 5,000 new employees in the high-tech fields, to restore the number of the tourists to what it was before the COVID epidemic, to plan together with the municipality 3,000 more new houses and units, and to establish another 5,000 acres of gardens and parks for the benefit of the residents and the visitors of the city.
Amazing. So just to wrap things up real quick, if you had one message that you want to kind of convey to our lovely attendees and viewers, what would it be, specifically relating to all these upcoming developments?
So there was a mayor who used to say that every person in the world has 2 houses, one where he lives, and the second one is Jerusalem. Jerusalem is a city of many faces and cultures. It is the holy city of 3 religions, and has an abundance of beautiful historic and religious sites, alongside modern infrastructure and the facilities. It is the heart of the world, a city where everyone is welcome. And I hope to see all of you coming to Jerusalem this year, maybe next year. You're more than welcome. I hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much, Eyal Chaimovsky.
Thank you very much, Tamar and Eyal. We'll now watch a short film about Royal Air Maroc. That was really short. I'm now delighted to invite on stage for a conversation on the viable alternatives to face the energy crisis. And I think we all know, if there's any lesson of this last year, it's how important and vital steady flow of energy is for the world and resources. Ron Lerman is the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Strategic Tribune, which is part of Global Media Holding, and he will interview on stage Saïd Moulin, the president of the Moroccan Agency for Energy Efficiency. Ron, take it away.
It's an honor. I should really start by saying that this is the second time I'm in Marrakesh. 17 years ago, I was here as Ahmed Sharai's guest. Now I am here because I'm the editor-in-chief of the magazine that he initiated. And I can hardly describe the amazement seeing how dynamic, how impressive is the change. And what happened in Marrakesh, what happened in this country in all these years under the leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. So again, I'm grateful for the pleasure and for the opportunity. And Saïd Moulin is the CEO of the Agency for Moroccan Agency for Energy Efficiency, former president of the Commission on Energy Issues for the Confédération Générale d'Entreprises du Maroc, and also former president of Medener, and an advisor to the government and to a variety of different corporations on these issues. When I was preparing for our meeting, people told me that if Mr. Ahmed Bouhari was Mr. Irrigation, I should call you both Mr. Energy and Mr. Environment. And the obvious question, and you have just come back from Sharm el-Sheikh, how do you square these two titles? How do you square Morocco's rise as a potential energy producer and the commitment that is so evident to green values?
Well, thank you very much for the presentation, and also I would like to welcome the Israeli delegation in my turn, and to say that we are very glad you are very welcome in the kingdom of peace, kingdom of tolerance, kingdom of innovation. You mentioned we just arrived from Sharm el-Sheikh, not so far from Eilat. So we were discussing about what's going on, and especially what happened this last summer. And we were sure that knowing here in Africa, because we organized in this city, in Marrakesh, 5 years ago, the COP22. I was in charge of the Public-Private Partnership Commission. We decided to have a commission dedicated to public-private partnership for climate. It was the first time in an organization of COP. Why? Because we believe that the solutions, the innovations, the financing can come from the private sector in partnership with the public sector. That's the first approach. We had a chance in this country that the vision of the king, not this year. I'm heading the Moroccan Agency for Energy Efficiency. It's the former Renewable Development Energy Center, created in 1982, decided by former King Hassan II. It was just after the second oil shock, and at this time, renewables were very expensive, but we wanted to have those approach for that. Another point, in 2009, the King's letter said that for Morocco, there is priority to renewable energy and energy efficiency in our energy policy. It was clear for everyone that we should go for very energy-dependent country to start this energy transition, not now, but in 2009. That's why you saw on the movies how many solar plants we have today. And I'm glad because in the 90s, I was at the former working already in the Renewable Energy Center, and we had discussion with the Ben Gurion University at this time, it was in the 90s, and about solar energy, all the technologies, how they can think. I'm Moroccan Andalus. Mm-hmm. In few centuries ago, in the Andalusian, in this region, all the religions were working in peace and in tolerance. And at this time, many innovations in medicine, in water issue. And I believe that, and thank you for the forum and for the invitation, because I'm sure that we can, by working together, by developing together, by innovating together, proposing some new solutions from all those actions on energy issue, on water issue, as we heard, on other sectors, of course, but mainly on those points, because in our continent, we still have 600 million people without electricity. We still have many droughts. We still have many floods. We were discussing in Sharm el-Sheikh about loss and damage found. Yes. That was the big debate. We need for this continent to have some support for those actions, because it's nonsense that a continent that is emitting less than 3% greenhouse gas emissions, 3%, is suffering a lot from the climate change today, and we should have the solutions for that. During the COP22, the King, Mohammed VI, wanted to have an organization with all African head of state proposing African solution for Africa. We wanted to have this approach because we believe that we have this possibility today. We are innovative in many fields. In energy, you saw what's happening in this kingdom in renewable energy, but also you saw the big projects, but we have many small projects linked to renewables, decentralized solar. We are helping farmers to switch from diesel pump to solar pumps. We are pushing for water issue, for water management. So it is really clear that today we should continue and have this cooperation. And what we said in Sharm el-Sheikh, to answer again your question, is what to look at. We are living some difficulties today, but we should be coherent in our policies, because it's a matter of giving development, but also social issue for the population in the continent, but also private sector being more and more involved with green financing. That's the last point. We discussed about a lot of green financing, a lot of promises. We have to be careful about that, but we're sure that there's many possibilities in this field.
Thank you. You mentioned the shock of the oil energy shock. We have all experienced a shock in the energy field as a direct result of the Ukraine war. Let me combine two questions. How do you deal now with this challenge, and what is the role of regional cooperation in your response to this present challenge?
It was we were just finishing the pandemic and the war started. We were scared about our tourism industry, but now we are glad that we have these numbers today. But for us, working in the energy efficiency sector, when you have a crisis on energy, when we were trying to convince actors to be more energy efficient, sometimes they were accepting. But during the war, and because of the price of energy, we saw that many people are becoming more and more energy efficient. Because it's an opportunity for us.
A crisis is an opportunity.
Definitely. So that's why we believe that this is a big issue today, not only for energy efficiency to decrease the energy bill, but also we're talking about energy sovereignty. And when you're using renewables, you are less energy dependent. Mm-hmm. More you have your own sun, your own wind, and we have this chance, we heard this morning, we have an exceptional potential on renewable energy, wind and solar. So we can have the lowest price, But this lowest price was possible because of governance, because of transparency in the contract, because of confidence between partners. Those projects were developed to PPPs, and it was important for us to look at when you have this approach, when you have the dedicated agencies. The King's letter was very clear. Objective to reach with dedicated agencies, with new regulations, with the industry involved in development of the industry. Today, almost 70% of the spare parts of the windmills are produced here in Morocco. So you can have all the impact. And the last point is the social impact. All the renewable energy projects are developed sometimes in poor areas. So they developed all the regions because there's very windy or very sunny regions, but sometimes very poor regions. So we can support and develop those regions through renewables.
Well, I'm afraid this is more or less all the time we have. We could have been here for hours discussing these issues, but I'm very grateful for the opportunity to hear your perspectives.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honored to invite the panel for the continuation of the same discussion. And when I was looking at the list, I came to very interesting conclusions. First of all, for these young people, if I read your full resumes, we would not have time for the rest of the session. And the second is that looking at your background and looking also at what we've just heard from Said Moulin, I think this gives a whole new meaning to the term Green March, green Moroccan ideas marching forward. So let me invite Ali Zawali, Head of Cooperation International Development at the Confédération Générale, Munder Zneber, President and founder of Gaia Energy, Zakaria Naimi, the General Manager of GI3, and Yossi Abu, President and CEO of NewMed Energy. And let you all note, in continuation with the previous panel, that we have 4 panelists, 4 Moroccans and 1 Israeli. Yes, that's what I said. 4 Moroccans and 1 Israeli.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Ali, let me start with you. You are also a consultant to the international, to the United Nations on the energy challenges of the future. In continuation of our discussion here, how can the private and public sectors contend with the tension between immediate economic needs in the immediate crisis and the vision of a greener and safer planet?
So thank you for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here with you today, and welcome to all our Israeli cousins and brothers. It's a question of cooperation globally. And in order to do more business between our countries, we need to get to know each other more and more. And all the actions that will contribute to help us to know, to better know each other, will be valuable in terms of business cooperations. And maybe just before talking about business, some projects that I heard about today, so I would like to pay tribute to some projects that are presenting the common history between Israel and Morocco, between Jew people, Muslim peoples and Morocco, following the 1492 or what happened after the Second Wars, are projects that will help us to know, to better know each other and know to build this linkage between us. So I pay tribute to Zohor Fastiferi, who is here, who is working on that, and it will help to build up this linkage and this bridge between the private and public sector, we need to bear in mind that nothing is possible without the private sector. Everything is done by the private factors. The financing is done by the private sector. The construction is done by the private sector. So what we call here in Morocco, the PPPs are crucial for the development of renewable energy. What we need to do also is to think how we can further strengthen the cooperation between us. So Morocco today has developed a huge regional cooperation in terms of renewable energy in order to further develop also the trade of renewable energy. And 1 week ago in Sharm el-Sheikh, Morocco, Portugal, Spain, France, and Germany have signed the binding agreement that opens the path to the free trade of electricity from renewable energy between these 5 countries. So it's kind of how we are relying on the business in order to take the energy transition in another level and in the next step. We are also developing a lot of regional cooperations with African countries because we still believe that only the private sector could accelerate the energy transition. So what we will try to do is to create like a larger market. Morocco, if you take it alone, even we have a great track record in terms of developing renewable energy, we are still a small market. But if you take to Morocco and you add to it all the western region until Nigeria, you end up with like 400 or 450 million people. So here you have a huge market that could attract even a greater number of investors. But definitely that will create like the opportunities for industries to locate and to make it upstream, downstream integration and to bring more added value to the region. And this is how we try to leverage the private sector for greater cooperation.
Well, that's an excellent segue to my question to Munda, with your permission. You engineered together with Marom this year perhaps the largest investment, and we are in an investment forum, the largest investment so far, I should say, hopefully so far, of an Israeli company in Morocco. What drove your decision? What have you learned from it already? What are the prospects for the future? I focus on this because this is really a unique opportunity to bring this to the discussion.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be with you today, and it's an honor for me to illustrate this business example between our 2 countries. Indeed, my first, let's say, the vision for me, the first thing was to think that, yes, Israel maybe is the only country on earth that made of its disadvantage, its, its environment an advantage, dealing with dryness, dealing with deserts, and transforming deserts into oases, into added value. So this was something I really had in mind, and it was always there that I should explore, a partnership with Israel. This is on the, let's say, philosophical approach. After, for also Morocco, what does it bring to, Israeli companies? From our side, as Gaia, we have been a pioneer developing very large-scale renewable energy projects in Morocco, believing in a vision to expand renewable to another level. And for Israeli companies like my partners Maroum and that are from Gandir family, that really I would like to thank, because it has been a great journey to reach this investment. They understood that Morocco was a very large field of expression, big size. So you come from, a limited territory to a territory that is much larger and where everything has to be done. And this is what Morocco really brings. It's really interesting. And what is the visioning of Gaia, of Gaia Energy in that field? When I started the company in 2009, my first project was a 200 megawatt wind project, and I wanted to export electricity to Spain. This was my vision. I had this, it was a gut feeling, my intuition saying, yeah, I think that Morocco can become, a net exporter of energy to Europe. But at that time, I went to Spain, I visited stakeholders, Red Electrica, some industrials. When I came back to Morocco, they told me, you're crazy, it will never happen. So I was the crazy guy trying to do crazy projects. But it seems now that, 12, 13 years after, it's not that crazy. And for this project, I will tell you, I will disclose an information today. We have partnered with the largest energy company of Spain, that is Iberdrola, and we are developing now a private project that will connect the two continents of 900 megawatts, and we have the offtake. So you see, we are at the verge of a change of paradigm. So we're switching, you know, from a fossil fuel era to renewable technologies that can bring the change today, especially with green hydrogen and export of massive green electrons. And I believe my vision as a Moroccan patriot, first, as an entrepreneur, is really to place Morocco on the top list, because it's a global competition today. We have other countries competing. We have Australia, we have Chile. You have seen in COP how many MOUs Egypt has signed, you know, to produce massive projects to export green hydrogen and derivatives to Europe. Morocco can be one of the leading countries. And this is really my vision and my belief. And so in that field, the cooperation between our two countries is really valuable. I don't know if you have seen the press, but we have signed a very interesting partnership with a company called H2 Pro in Sharm el-Sheikh. H2 Pro has the most disruptive and original and breakthrough technology in electrolyzers. And they want to build their gigafactory here in Morocco. We are proud of that. So you can see all the added value that can bring. And you can now, you know, that energy is the backbone for water, is the backbone for agriculture.
This is again a fantastic segue to the next question, because Zakaria, you are deeply involved, as I know, with hydrogen, and more generally, it was the role of innovation in changing the dynamics of energy and environmental issues. So what is your perspective from GI3 on these issues?
Thank you so much, and I would like to thank you for the invitation and for inviting GI3. Our president actually is still in Sharm el-Sheikh, negotiating for Morocco and on behalf of Morocco. So I'm taking part of this event to give you an idea, not only about innovation. I was working for a research center for 10 years, actually developing technologies, and I had the chance at the time to work with the University of Ben Gurion in many fields, for especially solar and hydrogen. But as GI3, which is an investment company investing on industrial capacities in Morocco, we believe that there are two ideas that I would like to leave you with. So the first one is 8% investment growth in renewable energy globally is insufficient to tackle this energy crisis. At the same time, I would like to say that, I mean, the question is energy crisis and decarbonization compatible? The answer is clear, actually, and we've seen it through the last years. The decarbonization is the root for the energy crisis, and we can see that the first half of this year, more than $226 billion was invested in renewables, mainly driven by solar and wind. So, looking at the fact that 8% is insufficient, it's a great news for banks, for investors, and they are coming to Morocco. We just heard about projects that are under development, so banks and investors are interested in these projects. Blended finance, as it was said, public and private investment is really key for that. The second thing is and there I will come to a question. The second thing is the value chain and the supply chain. Mm-hmm. We witnessed it in the last year. I mean, COVID-19 lockdowns and the energy and the current geopolitical situation has left many countries in a critical situation in terms of supplying PV modules, for example, and many projects stopped in the last years. So the idea is to rethink locally the production and regionally the production with partners. And there it comes the idea of collaborating directly with you, developing regional value chains to supply such products actually for these projects. So in this specific area, we act as GI3 in investing in local capacities. So currently we are developing a PV module manufacturing line and the solar water heater manufacturing line, because we cannot rely actually on only on the Asian markets. The IRENA director and the International Energy Agency director mentioned that we have to diversify actually our supply chains. And this is why we are developing actually local businesses to avoid jeopardizing the energy transition and the decarbonization by the Asian markets. To develop locally, you need R&D. So this is why actually Morocco is investing and has invested a lot in the last years in R&D, developing local products. And this was actually the rationale behind developing this partnership with the University of Ben Gurion to localize actually the technology. So my message is that we have to increase investments in R&D together to solve regional problems. And I think that we have. Well, I heard about the weather conditions, so we have similar issues, and I think that we have many opportunities to work on R&D and innovation together.
And unfortunately, we do have to be a bit shorter than we expect. But Yossi, two very important questions. First of all, what, from your experience in response to what we've just said, can be the role of cooperation, private cooperation, of Israeli corporations in Morocco and beyond Morocco, from your experience in the Gulf? And also, what could be and should be the role of government in all of this?
Yeah, thank you very much. Excited to be here. Akhbarkum, really feel home. For many Israelis, when they come to Morocco, back to Morocco, it's not feeling home, it's the first home. So I'm one of them, so it's really great to be here. I will tell you what, we have vast experience in the region, in the Middle East. We actually connected the natural gas grids between Israel, Jordan, and Egypt. And we have one unified market today. And listening to Mudir today about, connecting the grids in the region, this is experience that we already did in much, I would say, challenging environment, right, from geopolitical perspective. And now it's one grid. So when you look on Morocco today, Morocco have all the cards, but really all the cards to be extremely important global hub for energy. You look on the ability to produce solar, you look at the ability to produce wind, you look at the access to the CC access, you look at geography, the access to Europe, and you know what, for other places, really all the ingredients to be a very important global energy hub. Now what you need stability, and I think Morocco is extremely stabilized country thanks to His Excellency King vision and the tolerance and the equality that Moroccan present globally. So stability is important. You need access to capital. This is why we are here. We are good at that. We invest offshore Israel, Cyprus, Egypt up until now around $12 billion in the last decade. And we are coming to Morocco with, I would say, 3 layers of activity. First, our bread and butter. We are going to invest in a natural gas business. We think that Morocco have a vast potential for natural gas discoveries, mainly at the area of offshore the Moroccan Sahara. Second is renewables, and here we have already some friends in the sector, and we are looking forward to do it. We just recently signed an agreement with Enlight, the leading renewable energy company in Israel that work globally and really doing beautiful things. So we signed an agreement to work together in MENA countries, Middle East, North Africa, and Morocco, I think is the first focus for us. And the third thing is hydrogen. We are right now on a road to pilot in blue hydrogen in Israel, but we are extensively involved in green hydrogen and a blue hydrogen potential at our region. Mudir mentioned the MOUs that have been signed in Egypt. We are not about MOUs. We are delivering. We are supplying enormous amount of energy to our region, and we want to be important player in Morocco, and we are coming to invest, not to sign MOUs.
I'm afraid this is all the time, or even a bit, we took a bit more than we were allowed, but this has been a fascinating session, and I really, I'm amazed by how it flowed from one to the other in answers and to the key questions we all face. So thank you all.
What you can say in 30 minutes, you can say in 3 minutes.
So thank you all.
Thank you very much to Iran and to our distinguished panelists for really a fascinating conversation on how the energy market looks between Israel and Middle East, North Africa. It's my pleasure to call on Poonam Chawala, Head of Content Partnerships, Events and Conferences at the Khaleej Times, to moderate our next panel on innovation and beyond with Yusuf El-Bari, Director of the Investment and Innovation Division at Innovix OCP Group, Einat Levy, consultant to the Israeli Ministry of Regional Cooperation and Startup Nation Central, and Mehdi Aloui, CEO and founder of La Startup Station and member of the board of directors of the Moroccan National Federation of IT. Poonam, take it away.
I think it's been my genuine pleasure today to hear, so many eminent speakers today. And especially, we are here not to sign only the MOUs. It really stuck with me, but also to do some real business. So we have with us today Yusuf, Einat, and Mehdi, who are driving innovation. As we all know, innovation is the key driver for economic growth. So my first question is for you, Mehdi. Morocco, we know that is the world's 5th most competitive destination for research and development in ICT. So can you please highlight the government strategy to attract investors, especially in the digital sector and also in the startup ecosystem, which you are driving very, very aggressively?
So thank you so much for the invitation. I'm honored to be with you today. Definitely, Morocco is one of the leading country in tech industry in Africa, especially in the offshoring ecosystem. So thanks to the strategy of the government that was created a few years ago, today we have a very strong ecosystem. We are talking about more than 150,000 talent in the tech ecosystem working on the offshoring that generate a turnover around 1.5 billion each year. In the last 10 months, on January, the Morocco Ministry launched a brand called Morocco Tech. Definitely the beginning was a little bit difficult, but today the number and the fact is very clear. After this launch of the brand, we have today more than 15,000 jobs created in the tech industry, 600 million dirham invested by foreign investors in Morocco in the tech industry, and last but not least, the Ministry of Digital secure a budget of 1 billion for the next 10 years to develop the technology in Morocco. One of the main key important elements is to train the youth to the technology, and we are talking about a huge number, 300,000 youth for the next 4 years. And to create a connection between this panel and the other panel, we truly believe that Morocco will be the source of energy of the startup and tech ecosystem in Israel in the future.
I truly believe that because, the way Morocco is like now 40% of the energy is renewable energy. So maybe it can be a startup hub for the entire Africa region. So Yusuf, my next question is for you. We have seen the Moroccan Ministry of Digital Transition and Administrative Reform is the main, attraction of FDI for foreign investors, mainly in the digital field and also in the new technologies. So what are the other initiatives which are being taken by the government to strengthen its strategic position as the nation of innovation? Because your company resonates it very well, Innovex. So, what are the key strategic initiatives?
Thank you for hosting me. Indeed, innovation is taking a bigger and bigger role in the Moroccan economy. And in the digital sector, as said Mehdi, after successful and successive strategies that allow to develop this sector, investing in infrastructure, training people, a real digital sector has emerged, starting in the beginning by outsourcing, first by low added value activities, shifting to more added value activities, and now with the new development model of Morocco, focus is being given to innovation and innovation-driven activities. And yes, the Ministry of Transition is playing a key role. I would like to emphasize one other key role is the role of universities. And when it comes to innovation-driven, it's the access and the development of more advanced knowledge is key. And universities, by developing infrastructure, by developing, research centers, they allow to bring and develop such advanced technologies by educating and training differently their students, allowing them to be more autonomous, to have more entrepreneurs' minds, can be very key in reaching this objective of transforming Moroccan economy and digital economy into innovation-driven economy.
I think talent is the huge thing which, I've been listening since morning, which Morocco has to offer. Not only, I would say, to the, Israel, or also to UAE. UAE is also looking aggressively for good talent when we're talking about, technology. So in that, my next question is, we are talking about, relationship between Israel, Morocco, and UAE. And you have Morocco roots, you have grown up in Israel, and you have an exposure to Middle East as well. So how will you highlight what is the uniqueness of these relations between these three countries, specifically when we're talking about innovation?
So we say a lot of times, or many times, that our relations between Israel and Morocco are based on shared culture. There are 1 million Moroccan Jews living in Israel. There is a Jewish community here in Morocco. And I think we also need to speak about what is culture, because culture is a little bit underestimated. It's not just going to watch a movie or go to listen to a music concert. It's also a huge asset. It allows us to create trust. It allowed us any sense of belonging between us. And more than all, I think it allows us to create a very strategic story for our partnership. And because we talked a lot about water, I want to share with you an example from the water field. Because every year there is a severe shortage of water here in Morocco, and the King of Morocco goes out to the public and he prays the prayer of Istisqa, the prayer of rain. But this used to be, when the Jews were more present here in Morocco, a joint prayer of Jews and Muslims together in the streets of Essaouira in the 50s, in the streets of Rabat, in the street of Fez, Meknes, and other cities and villages. And these days, what we see is that Israeli and Moroccan companies are joining hands in order to compete together on tenders to setting up desalination plants. So sometimes we can say that innovation comes from the past. And
yes,
we are reinventing our
Yes, absolutely.
relations.
There is no two way about it. So, Mehdi, as you said, innovation is something, not new, but it's definitely coming from the past, and we all have to collaborate and work. You are running a very good initiative, a huge ecosystem for startups and all. So, and you're also incubating, and you're also training, you're also financing them. So how do the accelerators like yourself supporting innovation and collaboration? And what are the key challenges you're facing?
Thank you so much for the question. So I will go back 5 years ago. I was in Silicon Valley in San Francisco, and I decided to go back to Morocco and start helping the Moroccan ecosystem and to raise the bar for this ecosystem. So what we work on 2 levels. The first one, as any company, a startup need a client. So we was working very hard to accelerate the collaboration between startup and big corporates. After a few years, we was able to facilitate more than 100 contracts between startup and big corporate. And now we are no more talking about student pitching idea in university. We are talking about startups that have innovation deployed in big corporate. The second aspect is about the money. Financing is extremely important for startups that start from zero. So we was working with different initiatives. One of them was to create a business angel group where more than 70 investors that invest on a startup. And this is come to complete what the government do for the seed. Another initiative that has a huge success here in Morocco, we co-produce a TV show, very known in the US and called it Shark Tank. So one of the most important things I would like to say about that is the number of the viewers. We had more than 20 million Moroccans that see the show.
That's really impressive number.
Yeah, 1 Moroccan of 2 see the show. The most important what to say is Moroccans are very keen about entrepreneurship and they like this field.
But where do you feel that, where do you see the challenge when we're talking about, like, you know, these are the opportunities what we're talking about, but definitely there are a lot of challenges as well.
Definitely, an ecosystem needs more and more times to be bigger. Right now, maybe the numbers are small, but we are on the right path to double this number in the next few years. So definitely cooperation with the Israeli tech ecosystem will be a good thing. Morocco can bring talent, and Israeli can bring knowledge and the secret sauce how to succeed as a startup nation.
That's interesting. Yusuf, as we have heard, like Mandy had just said, like, you know, there's a lot of collaboration which can be, you know, hosted in between Morocco and Israel. And how do companies like yourself, like Innovex, play a role of central coordinator and also for innovative and more sustainable technology?
Innovex is a subsidiary of the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic. Its objective is to capitalize on all the knowledge that is developed within the university, but also on all the long experience in industrial development of the OCP group to which we belong, to develop new businesses and new ecosystem, innovative businesses, innovative ecosystems with impact. We focus on 4 main areas: agriculture, where we develop, let's say, new ways of farming, and also we develop technologies linked to the soil's health. We are in the energy. We develop solar production. We develop also hydrogen and green hydrogen and green ammonia production. We are also on the chemistry, where we develop new materials for all what is linked to production and storage of energy. And finally, we are on the digital sector. We want to capitalize on all the infrastructure and the levels that the university has developed with all the research centers on advanced technologies, all the training and the coding schools we have there. University has done more. It's invested in infrastructure, data centers, high performance computing, also financing tools that make the ecosystem ready to receive investors, entrepreneurs from Morocco, from all over the world, and of course from
But how
Israel.
do you support organizations, startups, what Mehdi is creating?
It complements what we have, the infrastructure. The soft can be delivered by such initiatives.
That's interesting.
I can say that we have many companies that start in our accelerator and then get investment from the university. And today we are working like an ecosystem, a chain of value. Every actor is doing his job and a part of this job.
Yeah. Inat, you are currently working on two very, very interesting projects which we were discussing offline, which are highlighting the role of youth and human capital as an important pillar in connecting Israel and Morocco in the fields of R&D and innovation. So can you please share more details about these projects and their contribution to the Israeli-Morocco relations?
With pleasure, and I think it starts with the challenge because our relations is a little bit with the smell of nostalgia. And we need to transform it to the present and to the future, and the best possible way or the engine are the youth. And I think we've seen that we have great partners here, but we're still lacking the mechanism that will allow those exchanges between the countries. So the first project I'm doing with the Startup Nation Central, it's to build a mechanism so we can integrate Moroccan tech talent or engineers into the Israeli tech companies without contributing to the brain drain from Morocco, so they have to stay in Morocco and work from Morocco. And the second mechanism is to create a bilateral mobility program for PhD students between the countries, because I don't know if you are aware of this, the following fact, but Israel and Morocco signed around 14 agreements for academic cooperation between them, between academic institutions. But we want to see the students move in between the countries, and we need the funds to do that. So this is also a call for whoever wants to join hands in creating this. And this is the future.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, we are looking, as we were talking about, that we have to move beyond MOUs, but doing some business together. So we will quickly wrap up this discussion. Yusuf, one key takeaway which you would like to give to the audience for today, if you can just quickly, keep it short and crisp.
I have a video of 2 minutes. If you can launch it, we organized a visit yesterday to the university, and the conference team prepared 2 minutes video to show the visit.
Welcome to Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. Today, here we are at Start Gate. I am Nidal. We are going to have a small journey here at UM6B at Ben Gurir. So thank you very much for assisting, for coming here.
We were very glad to host a delegation from the forum yesterday here at our university in Ben Gurir. It was an opportunity for us to share all what we are doing with the Israeli universities like Ben Gurion, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and Technion. It was an opportunity to share with this delegation what we are doing in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship. The delegation had the opportunity to meet some startups at our StartGate platform. We're really glad to work with the Israeli universities in terms of student exchange. As you may know, OCP and ICL signed an agreement last year where they are giving the opportunity to some students from UM6B and from Ben Gurion in terms of exchange. And we will host students from Ben Gurion in the next few weeks in the field of sustainability. Our students went already there last summer and they spend a very nice time there.
I'm Franklin Redd, founder of Abrahamic Capital. What a wonderful experience I've had today, seeing the fusion of education, applied sciences, and entrepreneurial support. And this is going to be a great experience for young people to bring forward their ideas so that the world can benefit.
Morocco today is the proudness, is the wisdom for all the African, because he's giving a red carpet to all Africa and MENA region, and is highlighting a lot of portfolio for the investment and for the entrepreneur and leadership. So we have to stick together and make the future better with Moroccan government.
So thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Nat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Poonam, and to our distinguished panelists. We now have just a short video on the Moroccan lottery. Here it is.
إلى هذه 50 عام وحنا كنساهموا في تطوير مشاريع اجتماعية في المغرب. وحنا كنساندوا الثقافة والمواهب لكي يدخلوا الفرحة في قلوب المغاربة. وكنشجعوا تطوير الكفاءات النسوية. إلى هذه 50 عام وإحنا ملتزمين من أجل البيئة وروح المواطنة. كندعموا الطلبة المتفوقين بفضل برامج منح استحقاق. كنساندوا تكافؤ الفرص للجميع. حيث الدور ديالنا كان من ديما هو نساهموا في تنمية بلادنا من خلال دعم مشاريع هادفة ذات المنفعة العامة، وهذا الشيء كامل بفضلكم. لينصيب الوطني متعة وتضامن.
I wasn't sure what was said, but that made me maybe want to buy a ticket because it was a nice movie. But with that, we're now going to take a break. We have lunch, so let's try to be back in 45 minutes. And just so you know what's up next, we have a fantastic entrepreneur female panel that will be featured shortly after the break. We have a look at the art of aerospace, and we have a fantastic speaker who's making water out of fog. You'll want to come back. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. For centuries, the Moroccan Jewish community has thrived in Morocco, thanks to the tolerance of its people, led by His Majesty the King. And in turn, Morocco has thrived thanks to the Moroccan Jewish community and its business leaders. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce to the stage His Excellency, Serge Berdogo, who is President of the Moroccan Jewish Communities and Ambassador at Large for His Majesty the King of Morocco. Serge.
Dear friends, I would like to congratulate the Jerusalem Post and the global holding media for the organization in Marrakesh of the Global Investment Forum. I would like also to take this great opportunity to bestow to Yaakov Katz, CEO of Jerusalem Post, and to my friend Ahmed Sharai, or his representative, a trophy on behalf of the Jewish community of Morocco for their involvement in the search for peace through dialogue between Jews and Muslims, between Israelis and Palestinians. To the Jerusalem Post, I want also to present the Hebrew version of the book Bet HaHaim, which illustrates the extraordinary operation of rehabilitation of 119 Jewish cemeteries initiated by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI since 2010. To my friend Ahmed Sharai, this trophy is a mark of recognition for his unfailing support to my community. Thank you.
Thank you for Yaakov first. Mr. Yaakov.
Yeah, it's yours.
Thank you. Here, come. Yes, the book also.
Oh,
I
no,
open
no.
it.
Not so easy, not so easy.
Not so quick.
I just want to, on behalf of the Jerusalem Post, I want to thank Mr. Bardugo, His Excellency, for this wonderful, generous gift. It's our honor to be here, and we really are moved deeply by the amazing warmth and what we call in Hebrew, hachnasat orchim. We just read in the weekly Torah portion just a week ago about Abraham, who's the father of all of us, who opened up his tent with 4 entrances from every direction so that everybody can find a home, everybody is welcome, and that's how we feel here in Marrakesh with our friends from Global Media Holding and Mr. Bardugo and everyone else. And one word about Yasmina, I think we started to call her the Iron Lady of Morocco for the amazing job that she's done in bringing this together. So Yasmina, on behalf of all of us at the Jerusalem Post, thank you so much for everything that you've done.
Be careful. If you take that, I won't take it.
Yes.
I am very touched by these kind words, so I thank you very immensely. I am honored to receive this award on behalf of Global Media Holding, his chairman, Ahmed Sharai, who is also my father, and the Jerusalem Post Group. But I am also very honored to receive it from a man who dedicated his life for understanding Jewish community in Morocco and between Israeli and Moroccan people. So thank you, Mr. Berdugo.
Ladies and gentlemen, as head of the Jewish community of Morocco, I am happy to welcome you all. Beruchim habayim, marhaba bikum, warmest welcome to all of you. Many of you visited already the country and have their own representation. I would like then to share with you my ideas and my feelings about our realities and try to give you a comprehensive picture of the Jewish community today. In the prevailing situation for Jews in the world, now my description of our realities might give you the feeling that it's too good. In fact, it is good and is now better since the reactivation of the diplomatic relationship between Israel and Morocco and the opening of direct flights between the two countries, which facilitates visits to the point that the Moroccan Ministry of Tourism foresees a flow of 200,000 tourists for next year. This unique situation deserves a short, very short, record of the long history of the Jews in Morocco. Jews has lived in Morocco for some than 3,000 years. Morocco has counted with the most important Jewish community in the Arab world that became the most important Jewish community from the Arab world established in Israel. Today, with 3,000 souls, we are still the largest organized Jewish community living peacefully in an Arab country. Since the 50s of the 20th centuries, Morocco Judaism organized Jewish communities, new very strong migration movement, mainly to Israel. However, we know that the reasons for these immigrations were not the same in all the Arab world. Unlike other countries, Arab countries, Morocco did not throw out its Jews, nor did he ask them to leave Morocco. And our fellow citizen, Muslim fellow citizen, feels that the departures of Jews from Morocco has left a deep vacuum. However, the dispersal of the majority of Moroccan Jewry throughout the world, strong links have been perpetuated between Morocco and Moroccan Jews diaspora of about 1 million of persons. The departure did not mean rupture with the motherland and the culture. And King Hassan II was absolutely right when he repeated always that when Jews leave his country, Morocco loses a resident and wins an ambassador. We know that our life was not always one of wine and roses. But we know also that the fate of the Jews here was always better with regard to what Jews experienced in many other countries of the world, especially in Europe. Today, we can clearly state that we are full citizens in equal rights and duties with full religious liberty and respect. Many people want to understand what makes it possible for a Jewish community to live in peace and respect in an Arab Muslim country. In a world where relationship between Judaism and Islam is so heavily influenced by the Middle East conflict. Allow me to underline from the Moroccan Jewish perspective what are the meaning and the content of the Moroccan exception. First, the statute of the king as Amir al-Mu'minin, the commander of the faithful, is an essential asset for this, as it gives to the monarch the responsibility for guaranteeing protection and liberty of religion to the believers, Jews and Christians. In our days, links with Jews have been solemnly renewed by His Majesty the King, who reaffirmed his responsibility, religious, historical, and constitutional, to preserve the persons, the rights, and the sacred values of the Jews. This royal statement is crucial at a time where the flame of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are being fanned across the world. This has created a very deep relation between Moroccan Jewry and Moroccan kings. This has allowed Jews to have legal spaces to develop their own religion, their own institution, and allow us, as yesterday, to maintain a real living Jewish community. Second, the moderate trends and institution of Malikite Islam in Morocco allows our country to take the right steps within the country and at the international level to fight extremism and to develop new lines for religious policy towards other countries, especially in Africa, Mali, Ivory Coast, Senegal, Gabon, Guinea, and also in Europe. Where do we stand now? In the new constitution adopted in July 2011, the Hebraic heritage has been identified as one of the components of the national identity. That is the revolution in the Muslim country and elsewhere, as I don't find any similar example for this reality in the world. And only 2 days ago, by a diary signed by the king, it is established a new organization of the Moroccan Jewish community and create the National Council of the Moroccan Jewish Community in the form of a legal entity under the public law. We reactivate also our cultural and religious tradition as the Hilula. We rehabilitate holy sites, allowing thousands of pilgrims to come back and visit and renew contact with their original villages and neighbors. We felt we have also the mission in the rehabilitation of the Jewish patrimony. We consider that the preservation of our cultural patrimony is of the greatest importance for our dignity and the historical continuity and for the sake of history of our country. We create a foundation, we create a Jewish museum, the unique Jewish museum till now in an Arab country, the king have inaugurated in Casablanca the synagogue Etelgi and Dar Adakira in Essaouira, and many projects are in the pipe or completed in Morocco. In Tangier, I give the example, we rehabilitated 3 historical synagogues, and we create a Jewish Museum of Tangier. Obviously, the crowning achievement of the Jewish Museum Network is the National Museum of the Jewish Culture, initiated by the monarch, and is scheduled to open in 2023 in Fez, the spiritual capital of Morocco. But indeed, the royal achievement of the rehabilitation of all the Jewish cemeteries in Morocco remains a unique one in the annals of the history of humanity. This work lasted 12 years, gave back dignity to 119 cemeteries and relief to the families. It means a work of 45 miles of walls, 200,000 square meters of pavement, 20,000 tombs repaired. Finally, we hope to have our share in Tikkun Olam, in repairing the world, in building bridges for mutual understanding and confidence in peace. We feel that we have a role to play as actors and witnesses of a peaceful Jewish life in an Arab Muslim country. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not make a mistake. The Moroccan exception is not one-shot reality. It is an historical trend and a basic cultural reality for the kingdom. Our testimony is a reap fruit of the long-time history and shows that the Moroccan exception has very deep roots. As the recent political development of the political scene in the Middle East, far from being an anachronism in a world torn by passion, hatred, and wars, the Moroccan Jewish community is a symbol of pacific and fruitful coexistence between Muslims and Jews. Thank you for your attention.
It was perfect. Thank you so much, Serge, Mr. Bardugo, the leader of the Jewish community. We really are honored by your presence. Our next panel is going to be fantastic. Mayan Hoffman will be back on stage to moderate a session with 4 powerful female entrepreneurs. Fleur Hassan Nahum, the founder of the UAE Israel Business Council and deputy mayor of Jerusalem. Laila Dukali, president of the Association of Women Entrepreneurs of Morocco. Her Excellency Laila Rachal El Atfani, the Royal House of Sheba Crown Senator and president and founder of BusinessGate. And Fatia Ghanami, ex-manager of the Royal Palace of His Majesty the King of Bahrain, and a prominent Bahraini businesswoman.
All right, let's put some energy in this room. Got a women's panel. So these are 3 of the most powerful and exciting women in the Middle East, and we are gonna get to talk about business, collaboration, and doing it the way women do it. So I want to start, though, by first asking about the situation of women entrepreneurs in each of your respective countries. Let's start with you, Laila. Tell me a little bit about it.
Hi, Mayan. Thank you for hosting me and giving us the opportunity to talk about women empowerment, which is a very important subject. We are not at the level of Morocco comparing to our potential. We are about 10% of women entrepreneurs, which is very, very low and going back since 2015. That's why the government is completely working on this project with the civil society, also to try to find real solutions in order to see this rate going up and quickly. Otherwise, our country won't achieve its economic goals without the implication of women in the economic business area.
Fascinating. Now, Fleur, what about in Israel? What is the situation for women entrepreneurs in Israel?
So women, first of all, thank you very much. I'm putting this panel together. It's fantastic to be here in Marrakesh. Women entrepreneurs in Israel start off at the same level as men. And then there is a dip. So there's many reasons why we could say that it happens. But ultimately, there seems to be this cliff that we are trying to see how we can bridge. So the situation for female-owned CEOs is not great. It's about 10, 12%. The situation for women who have startups seeking funding is not great either. And so and the government of Israel is not that invested in trying to close this gap. And so what's happened in Israel is that civil society is invested in closing the gap. That's really one of the reasons why we created the Gulf Israel Women's Forum and another program that I created in Jerusalem, Fem Forward, to try and see what skills, what connections, what networks women need in order to close those gaps.
Fascinating. I want to turn over to you, Laila. Tell us a little bit about the situation in your country.
Assalamu alaikum. Shalom. Welcome to all of you in Morocco, the land of tolerance and opportunity. Today, Excellencies, and thank you to the organizer, because of you we are gathering here. And when we talk to the power of the women, or empowering women, we are talking about empowering the nation. And the goal of sustainable development with UN, it doesn't come like this. Since ages and ages, the woman is being empowered and being given the lead, because she starts from her own circle, which is home, and then she leads into a big entrepreneurship, leadership. And so one of the prototype of leadership, and I'm proud of it really, UAE. And the testimony, it is Expo 2020. And also Morocco. I'm fascinated what I see today, and especially in Mohammed VI University. When I go there, I see how the young women leading the technology, organizing the entrepreneurship, and those female, they are the future. And what I see today from Jerusalem, those ladies here, which are organizer for the Global Investments Forum, in Morocco, it is sharpening me out to say, congratulations, we empowered the women enough, we have to empower men today. Thank you.
So Laila, I want to turn back to you. One of the things that you talked about actually relates to what Laila just said, that many young women go and they study to become businesswomen, engineers, entrepreneurs, but ultimately what happens is they get married, have children, and exit the workforce. Why does that happen in Morocco, and what is the country doing, or can it do, to fix it?
Yeah, we have more than half high-level students which are women. They are brilliant, going at 25, starting with the work, and then, of course, getting married, as you said, as we shared previously, and then stopping working because of different reasons. First of all, the inequality in the family responsibility. No help from husband, no help from family. She has to share, to manage everything, you know. She has, in fact, two businesses, the family business and also the work. So she has to stop because of lack of nurseries or probably lack of transportations. And at the end of the day, she's really exhausted. And the husband asking for many other things, and she's not able to fix everything. So she decided to quit. And our role here is to push the government and to work and to, that's why I'm always talking about a real efficient program done by the government in order to be efficient on this woman problem. That's why we are working on it very hard, and we have to fix it quickly.
Makes sense. Now, Fleur, I do want to turn over to you and talk a little bit about the fields that women work in, and especially in Israel, which is a strong democratic country. The previous parliament actually had 36 women out of 120. But can women really be what they want in Israel? Are more women actually entering the science and the high-tech fields like it might appear?
So first of all, I want to relate to what my friend here, Leila, was saying. You see, in Israel, women have always worked. Since the beginning of the State of Israel, the family could never afford to live on one salary. And so women have always worked, and what we also have in Israel is a very efficient early childhood care system. So when your baby is 3 months old, there's somewhere government subsidized for you to be able to put your child to go to work. And so we don't have the problem of workforce participation with most women. We have a little bit of a problem with workforce participation sometimes in the Arab community in Jerusalem for different reasons, and we have a lot of programs trying to fix that. But workforce participation is not a problem in Israel. It's the quality of work, not the quantity of work, which is a problem in Israel. But in terms of fields, what we see is, and you just also alluded to it, more women than men are going to university. In Israel now, it's something like almost 60%, which is incredible. There are certain sciences where women are much more predominant. For example, the life sciences. And so it's not a question of women being educated. It's a question of having the workforce opportunities afterwards, and much more than that, the ladder to the top, because women get stuck and they don't get to go to the top. And so you have a really ridiculous situation where we're overrepresented in academia and underrepresented in senior management.
It's quite, are there any programs that are being done in order to help women to overcome that barrier?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it, because I have a program that I created in Jerusalem to try and close that gap. And I'm very pleased to say that we're now going to be taking the program to the Abraham Accords countries with a little help from my friends. You mentioned one more thing about politics. Yes, it's very depressing that in Israel we're going backwards and not forwards. I'm doing my best, but yeah.
Yeah, what Fleur is alluding to is that we just swore in a new Knesset in Israel with actually the same number of women entering about as the last time, and we maybe will have as many in the parliament, but in the government, we're looking at a very large decline, only about 9 women, I think, in the next government. So anyway, I want to move on and ask a little bit about collaboration. How can Israel, Morocco, Bahrain, and the UAE work together to empower women in business? Laila, let's start with you.
Thank you, Mayan. Your question always diplomatic. Okay, as president of Women Business Circle, we are always looking for a business diplomacy. And no matter whom you are, from where you are, we are talking one currency, how to raise up the economy and how to boost the women in business. Our main concern and goal is to educate them, to incubate them, and to show them where is your strategic partner, where is your power, how are you going to do that partnership. Collaboration is the goal for all the nation now. After COVID, the people orient themselves, not I don't like you, but I want to collaborate and work with you. Because we have to focus on how we can implement all the tools, all the study, the visibility study, the finance, the funding, to make that a business healthy. And today with a new collaboration, either do between Morocco, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi, Abrahamic groups, because I'm working with Federation of Abrahamic Lawyer in Mexico internationally. And those lawyers always, they are guiding us to say, $1 and a business and a law doesn't have color. You have to work for it. So I think we have to create more opportunities with all the nations, with all the countries, to collaborate together, no matter MENA region, Asia, Middle East, Africa, North Africa, wherever. The most important, we have to create that concept of respect, tolerance, and peace, and implement our forces and join our hand to build a business successful. The success doesn't come with I, it's come with we. Together, we make change and challenge, and because we are the image for our countries and our religion, and we have to maintain and we have to boost each other. One hand cannot clap, but two hands and many hands can clap. And when we want to pull something, if we are not we and we are not together, we cannot build it. I think we have to teach our generation, and especially the young youth coming, and we have to implement that to change the mindset and the vision for globalization, for unity, diversity, and tolerance. If we don't have those tools, we cannot collaborate together. It's not because you're Arab or French or American, wherever you are, it's one currency. We have to talk as humanity. So if we have the humanity, we have the collaboration, we have the tolerance, we have the unity, we have the diversity, and we are together challenging the world. Thank you so much for this forum. I'm so excited to see more about a short time.
Not even sure how you can ask another question after that. But I do want to talk a little bit about the women in business and the impact that they have on their companies. Research has started to show that companies with women at the top make more money and retain employees much better. Tell me something that each of you do as women business leaders to bring success to your efforts. Let's start with you, Leila.
What can bring success to my efforts? And I think...
Tell me something that you do as a woman business leader to bring success to your efforts.
What can I do? Listening to others, share, be inspired by other women and men also. Never stop learning, always learning, accompanying, and that's it. That's a question.
Flor.
I think I read somewhere that companies, that to be a really good, successful senior manager or CEO, what's important is EQ more than IQ, so emotional intelligence. And I think women naturally have higher emotional intelligence. What does that mean? Consensus building, listening, what Leila said, not thinking we know everything, and willing to be open to seeing a problem from a different angle. I know that my work in City Hall, you know, the committees that I run, rarely did I ever pass a decision that was just me railroading something through. It was always reached through consensus. And today, more than ever, you know, the secret of success, 80% of it is how you deal with people. Women are people. And so we need, that's why we need women in senior management situations, because everybody benefits, not just the other women, the men also benefit from women being at the top. And I personally believe that the world would be a much more balanced place if women were in 50% of every decision-making table.
Amen to that. Last question. The Abraham Accords is about peace and prosperity, but it's also about people. What role can women play in making peace between our nations? Lila, why don't you start?
Wow. Each circle, when it's coming with the people, and people have to make it more bigger and bigger. I think today we pass this, whom you are, what you do, where are you going. We have to stick together, and especially women. When we talk about the women, a woman already advisor in her home, a lawyer, a doctor, without going to work. She was already doing the finance in her small circle. She's handling and her kids, and so she's building that red carpet for other people. But when it's come now, and her role with Abrahamic or with non-Abrahamic, her role is to build the nation, to build the tolerance, to teach her children and to boost them to be a leader for tomorrow. I think this vision, which you signed today in Dubai, in Morocco, with different countries, it's bringing the peace, and we need it. We need to talk peace. We need to talk tolerance. We need to talk humanity. We need to stick for the vision to build. We need a peace of mind, and that's what everyone for. Thank you.
Thank you. Floor.
Following on from what my friend Laila here is saying, I think women are perfectly positioned to build that peace in a warmer way. And that was the reason why we created the Gulf Israel Women's Forum, my friends are part of as well, that we knew that if the Abraham Accords was going to bring a warm, sustainable peace, not like we had with Jordan and Egypt, which stayed very much on the top with the leadership, but something where people begin to trust each other, like each other, it had to be led by women. We just talk more, so we bond quicker. And so we created the council. And I totally agree. We have to continue our efforts. I think women in business is just one aspect of the Abraham Accords. It's a very important aspect of the Abraham Accords. And I think we can use each other's strengths in the different countries to support each other as people and, of course, as women.
Great. And Leila?
Yeah, half of the population is women who educate the other half of the population. So, yeah, it's you can imagine the specific and the important role that we have to manage in order to learn to our children and future generation peace and tolerance.
Thank you. Amazing. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Listen, I think today we're driving the future, and women together, since Eve and Adam, we are strong. We don't need to be empowered. We empower each other. I think we need to stick together and to build more the economy with a great energy. So, and we need always a man in our shoulder. Without a man, we cannot build the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayan. Thank you to the very impressive women who just joined us on stage. Our next session is The Future is Now, the Art of Aerospace. Robert will come back on stage for an interview with Karim Sheikh, president of the Moroccan Aerospace Industries Association. Robert?
Thank you. Well, we have a short presentation because we're getting on to the cocktail hours, and so we want to, I think it's very appropriate to end this wonderful day with a completely greenfield investment opportunity in Morocco, which is the Moroccan aerospace industry. So I have with me the president of the Association of the Moroccan Aerospace, Karim Sheikh.
Thank you, Robert. I'm very pleased to take part for this very high-level forum. Many thanks for Media Holding Global, Jerusalem Post, and Khaleej Times. I think we don't have enough time, but we will have a fast takeoff and a fast landing to give you, to share with you some key figures of aerospace in Morocco. It's a young history of the industry in Morocco, because in 20 years ago, we had only 5 companies operating in the aerospace industry. Now we have more than 140, with a very interesting rate of growth, because except COVID period, the average of the grade was around 20% a year. Okay? Video.
It all started with a dream, the dream of a nation. The dream of making aerospace a flagship industry. For more than a decade, the aerospace industry witnesses a double-digit growth.
We are currently engaged into manufacturing complex aerostructures for our internal market, and we provide to clients both in North America and in Europe. Morocco had already an established aerospace community of almost 100 companies, a good political stability, which was very important, number one, and also a very good, stable economic environment as well. It also offered us good proximity to both Europe and North America with great logistics links to both. It also offered us a young, well-educated workforce who were willing to join aerospace and who can and will learn fast. We also had great support from the government.
But this is just a start. More than 100 partners have joined us in turning this dream into a reality. By 2020, our ambition is to double the revenues of the industry, reach a local integration rate of 35%, attract more than 100 investors, and triple the number of jobs created. With a world-class infrastructure, incentives, skills, and government-dedicated agency, we continuously support our partners. High-tech systems are manufactured here every day.
On this site, we assemble and test all the side sticks and throttles for Airbus platforms from A320 to A380, but also for other customers like Bombardier. We are also working on a new project with Boeing for a rear horizontal actuator. We won this project thanks to our subsidiary here in Morocco, because we were able to offer Boeing the best cost, the best quality, and the best delivery times. In Morocco, we are not only a subcontractor, but we have also the ability to supply completely integrated systems by relying on our ecosystem of local partners.
Safran Aircraft Engine Services Morocco is dedicated to the maintenance and repair of the most popular engine in the world, which is the CFM 56. This company is one of the 7 companies that Safran has all over the world for the maintenance and the repair of this kind of engine.
Local, vibrant, and highly skilled talents are trained to the latest technologies in our excellence centers.
We are actors in engineering in many sectors: automotives, aeronautics, space, health, and banking. Altran decided to invest in Morocco and to open their office in Morocco after a deep study dealing with many countries where the objective was looking in the same time for competitiveness. Today, Morocco is training around 15,000 engineers a year in many fields, engineering fields, talking many languages, French, English, and fully opened culturally to exchange with others and to develop new products.
In today's highly competitive environment, Morocco is a trustworthy industrial platform. Together, let's reach for the sky. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Morocco.
Great. So Karim, you're an engineer by training, and I think one of the themes of today's sessions are, across sessions, is the quantity of very talented engineers here in Morocco. But how do you explain this amazing dramatic growth in this industry when you have double-digit growth year after year, and you move from 3 or 4 companies to 144, is that right?
140,
yeah.
Yeah.
And how do you explain this growth?
We have different reasons. I would like to add some key figures of aerospace in Morocco. Our platform is the number 5 in the world and number 1 and the first in Africa. And the reasons for this success story, we have at the beginning, as I said, just 5 companies. We have now more than 140, included the big players at the beginning, as Boeing, Airbus, you saw Bombardier, we call it now Spirit Aerosystem. And we built our industry in ecosystems. We have now 6 ecosystems. The historical ecosystem, the first one is manufacturing and assembly. aerostructure, for aircraft. We have engineering, and I will talk about engineering after, for the innovation. We have wiring electrical system with a big player. It's a GV with Safran Group and Boeing. So we have our own training center. It's a very big advantage for investors and for companies because we train for this company. It's supported by the government, and we train on their needs for their job. Okay, we have Morocco, as you know, is a very strategic location because we serve Europe and United States with a very good connections, maritime and by aircraft. One parameter is very important in aerospace is the on-time delivery. So I check the time. We will have a very good on-time delivery. So we have a very flexible production in Morocco with a very high talent, and we have another factor is we are competitive, we are cost competitive with higher qualified human capital. I say competitive cost, not low cost, because the low cost in aerospace doesn't exist. We are a world platform for aerospace with competitive cost, not low cost. So some key figures. The turnover of aerospace in Morocco is around $2 billion export. We have more than 20,000 employees with a very interesting rate. 40% are women. 40%. I know the person who did the last panel or not here. 40% instead of national average around 20%. Okay. We have developed what we call local integration in Morocco. We had a rate around 17 in 2014. We are more than 40% now in 2022. So I said our ecosystem, engineering, EWIS, we manufacture part of engines in Morocco for aircraft and for helicopters. And our business is focused on commercial aviation. I think, and I hope that in the future we will have many activities in military aviation. The ecosystem, we have GMAS, it's a Aerospace Association of Morocco, dedicated for our members to protect them, to help them, to resolve their problem, to discuss with the government on their needs, etc. And we have another parameter for the success story. We don't have members for subcontracting in Morocco. We have what we call co-localization. So you have a company in the United States, you have a subsidiary in Morocco. It permits to have a very competitive model, economic model. High qualified human I talk about because we have our own training center for technicians, but we have a deep relationship with school engineers in Morocco and in Europe and in the United States. The future, just one word about the future. The future for aerospace is now. We have, for 2035, we have to build more than 40,000 airplanes. So it's a big market. It estimates around $8,000 billion. So we are working about the new technology. You heard about the green aircraft with zero emission of carbon. So we have to develop our activity in technology, research and development, and innovation. And I was very, very impressive by what we do.
So let me jump in and ask a question. I know you recently visited Israel, so I wanted to end the session by asking your views on the potential for cooperation between the Moroccan aerospace and Israeli aerospace industries.
We were honored to host two delegations from aerospace in Morocco, from Israel. It was a very, very interesting meeting because our vision, we have a common interest for development in aerospace. And after that, with 10 or 12 companies from Morocco, we visited Tel Aviv for aerospace in Israel. You know, we have around all year round many meetings, many events in the world. This visit for me and for my colleague were very special. It was very special because we had a very fast understanding together because we have the same vision for innovation, for manufacturing, for new technology, and we were very impressive by what we see in Tel Aviv, and I think we will build a very deep and long partnership with companies from Israel. And as I always said, after this visit, I'm sure that we have now more partners, more brothers, and more friends for aerospace. It's located in Israel.
Wonderful. Thank you. I think that's a great ending. Thank you very much, Karim.
Thank you very much, Robert and Karim. We spoke a lot today about water, how to create it, how to preserve it. Imagine for a moment being able to create water from fog. We're honored to be joined by one of Morocco's foremost innovation superstars, Jamila Bargash, founder and anthropologist of Darcy Hamid NGO, our final speaker of the day. Jamila, please.
Azul, Shalom, Salam. Hello, everybody. Well, I'm the last one to speak, and I'll be speaking about fog, and it seems that the talk about fog has kind of created a foggy environment. So, well, you have here, I'll start, my talk will be structured in 3 times. So I'll speak a little bit about what the problem is in the region where I work, then about the solution, and finally, I will speak a little bit about the expansion of the project. I'm taking you to a totally different planet than investment, than business, than exploitation, than numbers, than large scales. We're speaking about slow, very slow structures, very slow processes, one very slow number, and about trying in terms of small-scale projects, perhaps to be scaled eventually. The region where the organization that I head works is in southwest Morocco, and I'm wearing the garb of the Aisba Amran communities. Beautiful head set, absolutely stunning. I love it. It reminds me of the Lady Liberty in the US a little bit, and it also speaks about the culture that one of the speakers so aptly said is part of what makes us as human beings. We're not only about numbers and businesses, but we're also the folks who carry and enact and live our culture. So the region where we work is between Sidi Ifni and Gilmim, way in the south, where there used to be a very vibrant Jewish community, and there are still few vestiges left within the Gulmim region, less so than in Sidi Ifni, because Sidi Ifni is a new town built by the Spanish in the 1920s. So the region where we work is Sidi Ifni, and in the Sidi Ifni region, the anti-Atlas Mountains, there is a very, very heavy, dense fog. This region, absolutely amazing with resources, has gone through serious setbacks tied to climate change, to droughts, lack of resources, migration, and the lack of rainfall. There is very little rainfall in the region, amounting to 128 millimeters a year, and this year it's even less. I don't know the exact numbers, but it shows that there is a paradigm change, and the communities are absolutely changing their ways of life because of the lack of rain and their sources of livelihood. These are apiculturers, people who live off bees and animals. They're pastoralists. And so all of this is changing, and the communities live off about 6 liters of water a day. That's in our pilot study that we did, baseline study in 2011. And before I speak about the cloud fishers, so I'll let you see the film and then we'll talk. This is the fog that we collect. It's a very heavy type of fog. It's called the osmorphic fog. It's very dense. It has amazing amounts of water inside it. And we have an entrapment system that was designed by our friends in Germany. This is our, we call it fog shed, so instead of watershed. One experiment has been carried in Israel. Our project has been funded by UAE in parts. And this is the honey structure, the 3D structure, like where the bees produce their honey. I can't remember their name right now. And with this, we have 1,700 square meters of nets, and we produce an average of 34 tons per day for the communities. We have 17 villages who drink water. It's very small numbers when we're speaking about billions of millions of dollars being invested in projects, but this is a pilot, and the idea is that how about we look at other resources for making communities be independent and locally autonomous. This is the water. The water is absolutely amazing because it is pure water. It has no minerals because it doesn't go through earth. So the project started in 2006 and continues till today. I spare you all the details. You can see them in the image. And this is our fog shed. It is located in a mountain called Bout Mesgida, the sacred place in Berber. Beautiful name for me. It's because fog is sacred. And this is where we have built our cloud fishers. Very tough to build in terms of physical engagement. The effect that we've had on the population. And right now, there's a lot I could say about the history of fog collection. This is not something new. It was started in the Canary Islands, some of the first experiments that were reported in the 15th century. And today, we are the largest fog collection initiative in the world, and we're really looking into partnerships to develop the technique. I know it does exist in the Negev University. We're looking for doctoral students interested in looking into harvesting and turning it into a higher yield than what it has right now. I just want to finish by this image to speak a little bit about fog, and I'm happy to discuss with anyone interested in fog. They call me in the countryside the queen of fog, or the bride of fog, because I speak about fog all the time. For me, it's a very, very spiritual experience also. We're looking into ways of developing and harnessing the thinner fog, because not all fog is the same. Fog is also hierarchical, if you want. And we're looking forward in order to create more possibilities of having autonomous resources, local resources for poor and disenfranchised communities, and to bring also letters of noblesse, la lettre de noblesse for the fog, as it is still considered largely as an unwanted phenomenon, unfortunately. And the project that we've done so far has especially served women and young girls as they continue their education, since women were the guardians of water, working and walking for over 4 hours to be able to get 3 or 4 pails of water, not sufficient at all for all the needs. These are some of our partners. Not all of them are here, unfortunately. And but our project is especially thought about with the idea of locality, independence, autonomy, and thinking in terms of what resources are available on hand before we exploit other resources, and thinking in terms of the small before we go into the big. And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Jamila. That was fascinating to watch and to learn about how to make water out of fog. I want to thank everyone for coming today. This has been a brilliant conference. I want to thank our partners at Global Media Holding, the participation of the Khaleej Times, and to all of you for making today possible. Stay tuned for information about the Global Investment Forum of 2023. But in the meantime, shalom, todah, thank you very much.